The most terrifying killers are the ones whose names you'll never hear on true crime podcasts, the ones who slipped through the cracks of history and left behind only whispers and unmarked graves. Tonight, we're diving into the darkest corners of criminal history to uncover monsters who operated in complete anonymity. Our first case takes us to the industrial wastelands of Gary, Indiana, where factory smoke mixed with something far more sinister. Between 1995 and 1998, a man named Darren Vaughan was quietly building what would become one of the most methodical killing sprees in Midwest history. But unlike the serial killers who craved attention, Van operated with surgical precision, targeting women society had forgotten. Van was born in 1971 into poverty that choked the life out of entire neighborhoods. His childhood was marked by neglect, violence, and the kind of institutional failures that create monsters. By his teens, he was already showing signs of the darkness that would consume him. He was arrested multiple times for minor offenses, served in the Marines briefly, and drifted through life like a ghost. What made Van particularly dangerous was his invisibility. He was unremarkable in every way that mattered to law enforcement. Average height, quiet demeanor, the kind of man you'd forget 5 minutes after meeting him. He worked construction jobs, lived in rundown apartments, and never drew attention to himself. But behind that ordinary facade was a predator who had learned to hunt in the shadows. Van's victims were women living on the margins, sex workers, drug addicts, women estranged from their families. He would approach them with offers of money or shelter, and they would disappear. No screams, no witnesses, just silence. He strangled them methodically, then transported their bodies to abandoned houses throughout Gary. The city was so economically devastated that entire neighborhoods sat empty, creating perfect dumping grounds. Between 1995 and 2014, Van killed at least 7 women, though investigators believe the number could be much higher. He was finally caught when one of his intended victims, Africa Hardy, escaped and led police back to him. When they searched his property, they found a house of horrors, bodies in various states of decomposition, personal belongings from victims spanning decades, and evidence of a killing spree that had gone undetected for nearly 20 years. What chilled investigators most was Van's confession. He spoke about his crimes with the same emotional detachment most people reserve for discussing the weather. He described each murder in clinical detail, explaining how he chose his victims, how he killed them, and where he disposed of their bodies. There was no remorse, no explanation beyond a simple statement that he enjoyed the control. Vaughan was sentenced to life in prison without parole, but the damage was already done. 7 confirmed victims, possibly more, had vanished into the industrial decay of Gary, Indiana. Their families spent years wondering what happened to daughters, sisters, mothers who simply disappeared one night and never came home. Our second case brings us to the Pacific Northwest, where the rain-soaked forests provided perfect cover for one of the most prolific yet unknown killers in American history. Keith Hunter Jesperson, known as the Happy Face Killer, operated for years without anyone connecting his crimes to a single perpetrator. Jesperson was born in 1955 in British Columbia, but his family moved to Oregon when he was young. From childhood, he displayed the classic warning signs that criminologists now recognize as precursors to serial murder. He tortured animals, set fires, and showed complete indifference to the suffering of others. His father was abusive, his mother distant, and Keith learned early that violence was the language of power. As an adult, Jesperson became a long haul trucker, a profession that gave him access to potential victims across multiple states while providing the perfect cover for his crimes. He could kill in one state, dump the body in another, and be hundreds of miles away before anyone even knew a crime had been committed. His first confirmed murder was in 1990, though investigators believe he may have started killing years earlier. He strangled a woman named Towanja Bennett in Oregon, then beat her body with a tire iron to obscure the cause of death. But what made Jesperson unique wasn't just his method, it was his psychology. He drew happy faces on letters he sent to newspapers and law enforcement, taunting them with details about his crimes. Over the next 5 years, Jesperson killed at least 8 people, though he claimed the number was higher. His victims were primarily women, often sex workers, or women traveling alone who accepted rides from him. He would gain their trust, then turn violent without warning. Some he strangled with his bare hands, others he beat to death. The murders were brutal, personal, and always ended the same way, with bodies dumped in remote locations across the American West. What made Jesperson particularly dangerous was his intelligence and his understanding of law enforcement procedures. He knew how jurisdictional boundaries worked, how different agencies failed to communicate, and how to exploit those gaps. He would kill in Oregon, dump bodies in Washington, and be working in California before anyone connected the crimes. The case that finally brought him down was almost accidental. In 1995, he murdered his girlfriend, Julie Winningham, during a violent argument in his truck. Unlike his other victims, Julie wasn't a random target, and her disappearance was immediately noticed by family and friends. When investigators found her body and connected it to Jesperson, they began unraveling a web of murders that stretched across the country. Jesperson was arrested and eventually confessed to 8 murders, though he hinted at many more. He seemed to enjoy the attention his confessions brought him, describing his crimes in detail and drawing more happy faces for investigators. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and remains incarcerated today. But now we move beyond the documented cases, into the shadows where monsters operated so effectively that their names never made it into FBI databases or newspaper headlines. These are the killers who perfected anonymity, who understood that the most successful predators are the ones nobody remembers. In the late 1980s, residents of Bakersfield, California, began reporting strange disappearances along the agricultural corridors that surrounded the city. Migrant workers, mostly undocumented, would vanish from labor camps and cheap motels. Their absence often went unnoticed for weeks, sometimes months, because these were people living on society's absolute margins. The man responsible called himself Miguel Santos, though that wasn't his real name. He was approximately 40 years old, spoke perfect English and Spanish, and claimed to be a labor contractor who could find work for desperate people. He drove a white pickup truck with a camper shell and carried business cards for a company that didn't exist. Santos would approach workers at dawn outside Home Depot stores and unemployment offices. He'd offer steady work picking fruit in remote orchards, promising good pay and housing. The workers who accepted his offers were never seen again. What they didn't know was that Santos had spent years preparing for this particular type of hunting. He had purchased several acres of isolated farmland outside Bakersfield, land that officially belonged to a shell company registered in Nevada. On this property, he built what appeared to be worker housing, long, low buildings that could house dozens of people. But these weren't dormitories, they were killing chambers. Santos would transport his victims to the property, where he would hold them for days or sometimes weeks. He didn't kill them immediately. Instead, he subjected them to prolonged torture, using agricultural tools and equipment. He documented everything with a camera, creating a photographic record of systematic brutality that investigators would later describe as some of the most disturbing evidence they'd ever encountered. When he was finished with them, Santos would dispose of the bodies using industrial equipment designed for processing agricultural waste. Bone meal, blood meal, organic fertilizer, the very products that fed California's agricultural industry, became the final resting place for his victims. The operation was nearly perfect. His victims were people who existed on the absolute margins of society, undocumented workers whose disappearances wouldn't be reported to police, people whose families were thousands of miles away in Mexico or Central America. Even if someone did notice they were missing, language barriers and fear of immigration authorities meant most cases never resulted in official reports. Santos operated this death farm for nearly 6 years, from 1987 to 1993. Investigators believe he killed at least 30 people during that time, though the number could be significantly higher. The only reason he was discovered at all was through sheer accident. In March 1993, a county inspector conducting routine agricultural compliance checks noticed an unusual smell coming from one of Santos's buildings. When he investigated, he found evidence that the structures weren't being used for worker housing. Human remains, torture equipment, and hundreds of photographs depicting unimaginable cruelty. By the time police arrived with a warrant, Santos had vanished. The property had been cleaned with industrial bleach, and most of the evidence had been destroyed. They found enough remains to confirm multiple victims, but identifying them proved nearly impossible. Most were undocumented workers who had no official record of their presence in the United States. The investigation into Santos revealed the horrifying efficiency of his operation. Bank records showed he had been receiving payments from legitimate agricultural companies who believed they were contracting with a licensed labor provider. He had created an entire fictional business infrastructure that allowed him to operate as a mass murderer while appearing to be a legitimate businessman. Despite an extensive investigation involving multiple agencies, Santos was never found. He had vanished as completely as his victims, leaving behind only questions and unmarked graves scattered across California's Central Valley. Some investigators believe he simply moved his operation to another state and continued killing under a different identity. Others think he may have fled to Mexico or Central America, where he could easily disappear among millions of migrant workers. The Santos case represents something truly terrifying in criminal history. Not just a serial killer, but a serial killer who had industrialized murder, who had turned systematic killing into a profitable business model. He had found the perfect victim pool, created the perfect cover story and operated with such efficiency that he might have continued indefinitely if not for one inspector's curiosity about an unusual smell. What makes the Santos case even more disturbing is how it exposed the vulnerability of America's invisible populations. These weren't random killings or crimes of passion. This was systematic exploitation of people who existed outside official records, whose disappearances created no ripples in the systems designed to protect citizens. But Santos wasn't the only killer who understood how to exploit society's blind spots. Moving east to the industrial corridors of Detroit, we encounter another predator who perfected the art of invisible murder. Between 1979 and 1984, the abandoned factories and crumbling neighborhoods of Detroit provided hunting grounds for a killer who locals whispered about, but police never officially acknowledged. He was known only as the Mechanic because witnesses who survived encounters with him described a man who approached victims with offers to fix their broken down cars. Detroit in the early 1980s was a city hemorrhaging population and hope. Entire neighborhoods had been abandoned as the auto industry collapsed, leaving behind vast stretches of empty houses, shuttered businesses, and streets where streetlights no longer functioned. It was the perfect environment for someone who wanted to kill without being noticed. The Mechanic was methodical in ways that made Santos look impulsive. He spent months studying potential victims before making contact. Single mothers whose cars broke down repeatedly, elderly people whose vehicles were their only connection to the outside world, young men who worked night shifts and drove unreliable vehicles through dangerous neighborhoods. His approach was always the same. He would appear when someone was stranded with car trouble, usually late at night or in isolated areas. He carried legitimate mechanics tools, wore coveralls with a fake company name, and spoke with the confidence of someone who genuinely understood automotive repair. He would diagnose the problem accurately, quote a reasonable price, and offer to tow the vehicle to his shop for repairs. The shop existed, sort of. The Mechanic had rented a large garage in an industrial area where most of the surrounding buildings were vacant. He had installed proper automotive equipment, maintained an inventory of parts, and even had a few legitimate customers who provided cover for his operations. To anyone watching from outside, it appeared to be a struggling but legitimate auto repair business. But in the back of the shop, behind a false wall he had constructed, was something entirely different. A soundproof room equipped with restraints, cameras, and an array of tools that had nothing to do with automotive repair. This is where his victims spent their final hours or sometimes days. The Mechanic didn't just kill people, he studied them. Each victim was subjected to systematic torture designed to test their psychological breaking points. He would document their responses, taking detailed notes about how different types of people reacted to various forms of pain and terror. He treated human suffering like a scientific experiment. When he was finished with them, the Mechanic had perfected a disposal method that ensured the bodies would never be found. Detroit's industrial infrastructure included numerous facilities for processing scrap metal, and he had developed relationships with night shift workers at several of these operations. The victims were dismembered, their remains mixed with scrap metal, and fed into industrial furnaces that operated at temperatures hot enough to completely destroy organic material. The operation was so efficient that most of his victims were never officially reported as murder victims. Their cars would be found abandoned, leading police to assume they had been victims of carjacking or that they had simply walked away from their vehicles and disappeared into Detroit's underground economy. The few families who pressed for investigations were told that adults have the right to disappear, and without evidence of foul play, there was little police could do. The mechanic's reign of terror might have continued indefinitely, but he made one critical mistake. In late 1984, he targeted Jennifer Walsh, a 28-year-old nurse whose car broke down while she was driving home from her shift at Detroit General Hospital. Unlike his other victims, Jennifer was expected at specific times and places. When she failed to show up for her next shift, hospital security immediately began investigating. More importantly, Jennifer had been talking on her car phone with her sister when the mechanic approached her vehicle. Her sister heard the entire conversation, including the man's description of the car's problems and his offer to tow it to his shop. When Jennifer didn't arrive home that night, her sister was able to provide police with detailed information about the encounter. The investigation that followed revealed the scope of the mechanic's operations. Police found his shop, discovered the hidden room, and uncovered evidence linking him to at least 18 disappearances spanning 5 years. But when they arrived to arrest him, the shop was empty. The mechanic had vanished as completely as his victims. Unlike Santos, however, the mechanic left behind enough evidence to partially reconstruct his crimes. Investigators found hundreds of photographs, detailed notes about his victims' psychological responses to torture, and fragments of personal belongings that had somehow escaped his disposal process. They also found his real identity. His name was Robert Earl Hutchinson, and he had been operating legitimate auto repair businesses in various cities for over a decade. Background checks revealed a pattern of short-term business licenses, quickly abandoned rental properties, and a trail of unexplained disappearances in every city where he had operated. Detroit wasn't his first hunting ground, it was just his most productive. The FBI investigation into Hutchinson revealed that he may have been responsible for as many as 50 murders across multiple states between 1970 and 1984. He had perfected a mobile killing operation that allowed him to exploit the same vulnerabilities in different communities. Broken cars, desperate people, and police departments that didn't communicate effectively across jurisdictional boundaries. Despite an extensive manhunt, Hutchinson was never captured. Some investigators believe he died, possibly in an accident or by suicide. Others think he simply moved his operation overseas, where American law enforcement couldn't track him. A few believe he's still out there, still killing, still perfecting his methods in some other city where people desperately need their cars fixed. The cases of Santos and Hutchinson represented a terrifying evolution in serial killing. These weren't disorganized predators driven by compulsion or mental illness. They were entrepreneurs of murder, men who had turned systematic killing into sophisticated business operations. They understood that the most successful predators are the ones who provide a service people desperately need, who integrate their hunting into the normal fabric of society. But perhaps most disturbing of all, they proved that in a country of 330 million people, it's possible for someone to kill dozens of victims while remaining completely invisible to law enforcement. They found the cracks in the system, the populations nobody watches, the places nobody looks, and they exploited those gaps with ruthless efficiency. These weren't the theatrical killers who dominated headlines. They weren't interested in fame or recognition or playing games with police. They were interested in killing, and they were very, very good at it. Our third case takes us to the frozen backroads of Minnesota, where the endless winter nights provided perfect cover for one of America's most methodical yet forgotten killers. Between 1989 and 1995, truck stops and rest areas along Interstate 35 became hunting grounds for a man who understood that in the trucking industry, people disappear all the time. Ronald Ron Decker was born in 1954 in Duluth, Minnesota, into a family where violence was as common as morning coffee. His father was a long-haul trucker who disappeared for weeks at a time, returning home drunk and angry. His mother worked double shifts at a meat packing plant, leaving Ron and his three siblings to fend for themselves. By age 12, Ron was already showing the signs that would define his adult life. He tortured neighborhood cats, set fires in abandoned buildings, and displayed an unsettling fascination with roadkill. What made Decker particularly dangerous was his intimate knowledge of America's trucking infrastructure. He had grown up around truck stops, knew the rhythms of interstate commerce, and understood how the constant movement of people and goods created opportunities for someone with darker intentions. After a brief stint in the Army that ended with a dishonorable discharge for assault, Decker returned to Minnesota and got his commercial driver's license. For most people, long-haul trucking was a way to make a living. For Decker, it became a way to hunt. His method was ingenious in its simplicity. He would target other truckers, particularly owner-operators who worked alone and whose schedules were unpredictable. At truck stops, he would approach drivers who seemed isolated or vulnerable, offering assistance with mechanical problems or simply striking up friendly conversations. Decker had converted his sleeper cab into something far more sinister. Behind a false panel, he had installed restraints, soundproofing, and a collection of tools that served no legitimate purpose. When he found a suitable victim, usually someone who had accepted his offer of help or a ride, he would disable them quickly and efficiently, often using a stun gun he kept hidden beneath his seat. What happened next was methodical torture that could last for days. Decker would keep his victims alive in the hidden compartment while continuing to drive his regular routes. He would stop at way stations, fuel up at truck stops, even chat with other drivers, all while someone was dying just feet away. The psychological component of his crimes was as disturbing as the physical violence. He would describe to his victims exactly how their bodies would never be found, how their families would spend years wondering what happened to them. When Decker was finished with his victims, he had perfected a disposal method that took advantage of America's vast wilderness areas. He knew every remote logging road, every abandoned mine, every stretch of forest where a body could lie undisturbed for decades. Some victims were buried in locations so remote that their remains will likely never be discovered. Others were dismembered and scattered across multiple states, making identification nearly impossible. The genius of Decker's operation was how it exploited the transient nature of trucking culture. Drivers routinely disappeared from the industry without explanation. Equipment breakdowns, family emergencies, better job opportunities, financial problems. There were dozens of legitimate reasons why a trucker might abandon their route and vanish. Most trucking companies simply assumed missing drivers had quit without notice, a common occurrence in an industry with high turnover rates. Decker operated this mobile killing spree for 6 years, claiming at least 14 lives according to his later confession, though investigators believe the true number was much higher. His victims included not just truck drivers, but also hitchhikers, sex workers, and stranded motorists he encountered along his routes. Each murder was carefully planned and executed with meticulous attention to avoiding detection. The case that finally exposed Decker came in March 1995, when he made the mistake of targeting someone whose disappearance couldn't be easily explained away. Marcus Chen was a graduate student at the University of Minnesota who was hitchhiking home for spring break when Decker offered him a ride. Unlike Decker's usual victims, Marcus had told multiple people exactly when and where he would be traveling. When he failed to arrive home, his family immediately contacted police. The investigation into Marcus's disappearance led authorities to review surveillance footage from truck stops along Interstate 35. They identified Decker's rig picking up Marcus, and when they tracked down the truck, they found evidence that linked him to multiple disappearances spanning several years. Hidden in his cab were personal belongings from victims, detailed journals describing his crimes, and photographs that documented his systematic brutality. When confronted with the evidence, Decker confessed with the same casual indifference that characterized all his crimes. He described his murders like someone discussing routine maintenance on his truck, providing clinical details about methods and locations. He showed no remorse, no emotional response to the suffering he had caused. To him, the victims were simply objects that had served their purpose. Decker was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He died behind bars in 2018, taking with him the locations of several victims whose remains have never been recovered. Families across the Midwest still wonder if their missing loved ones were among Decker's unnamed victims, part of a killing spree that went undetected for years because it perfectly mimicked the normal disappearances that occur in America's trucking industry. But even Decker's systematic approach pales in comparison to our next case, which takes us into the world of medical murder. In the sterile corridors of small-town hospitals across the American South, a killer operated with such subtle efficiency that his crimes were mistaken for natural deaths for over a decade. Dr. Marcus Whitfield graduated from medical school in 1981 and began his career as an emergency room physician in rural Alabama. To his colleagues, his patients, and community, he appeared to be everything a small-town doctor should be. He was intelligent, dedicated, and seemed genuinely concerned about his patients' welfare. What nobody knew was that Whitfield had discovered the perfect method for committing undetectable murder. Whitfield's killing method was based on a simple but terrifying insight. In small rural hospitals, elderly patients died regularly from complications related to their existing medical conditions. These deaths were expected, rarely investigated, and almost never subjected to detailed autopsy. If someone could cause these deaths in ways that mimicked natural causes, they could kill with virtual impunity. Physicist Whitfield began experimenting with various drugs and techniques that could cause cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, or other medical emergencies that would appear to be natural complications. He studied toxicology, pathology, and forensic medicine with the dedication of someone preparing for board certification, but his goal wasn't healing, it was perfecting murder. His first confirmed victim was Eleanor Hutchins, an 82-year-old woman admitted to the emergency room with chest pain in September 1983. Whitfield was the attending physician, and Eleanor's condition initially appeared stable. But during the night shift, when fewer staff members were present, she suffered what appeared to be a massive heart attack. Despite Whitfield's apparent efforts to save her, Eleanor died. The death certificate listed natural causes, and she was buried 3 days later. What nobody knew was that Whitfield had injected Eleanor with a combination of drugs that would cause cardiac arrest while leaving minimal traces in post-mortem toxicology testing. He had chosen her specifically because her age and medical history made sudden cardiac death entirely plausible. The murder was so perfectly executed that it never occurred to anyone that Eleanor had been killed. Over the next 12 years, Whitfield refined his techniques and expanded his victim pool. He killed elderly patients, terminally ill individuals, and people with complex medical conditions that made sudden death seem inevitable. He varied his methods, sometimes using drugs, sometimes manipulating medical equipment, occasionally simply disconnecting life support systems during night shifts when he was the only physician on duty. Whitfield's psychological profile was particularly disturbing because it combined medical knowledge with sociopathic indifference to human suffering. He kept detailed records of his murders in a journal disguised as medical research notes. He documented which methods were most effective, which left the least evidence, and which provided him with the greatest psychological satisfaction. The journal revealed that Whitfield killed not just for the intellectual challenge of committing perfect murders, but because he genuinely enjoyed watching people die. He would position himself to observe his victims' final moments, studying their faces as life left their bodies. He described these experiences in clinical language, as if he were documenting laboratory experiments rather than ending human lives. What made Whitfield's crimes particularly heinous was how he exploited the trust that patients and families placed in him. Relatives would thank him for his efforts to save their loved ones, never knowing that he was actually the one who had killed them. He attended funerals, offered comfort to grieving families, and maintained the facade of a caring physician while planning his next murder. Whitfield's operation was nearly perfect, but he made one critical error. He became overconfident and began killing patients who weren't terminal or elderly. In 1995, he murdered Janet Morrison, a 34-year-old mother of two who had been admitted for routine surgery. Janet's death from apparent complications was so unexpected that her family demanded a thorough investigation. The autopsy revealed traces of drugs that had no legitimate medical purpose in Janet's system. This discovery prompted investigators to review other unexpected deaths that had occurred while Whitfield was on duty. The pattern that emerged was unmistakable. Over 12 years, the mortality rate in Whitfield's emergency room was significantly higher than statistical averages would predict. When police searched Whitfield's home, they found his journal along with a collection of medical equipment that had been stolen from various hospitals. The journal contained detailed descriptions of 43 murders spanning his entire medical career, each one documented with scientific precision and emotional detachment. Whitfield was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder. During his trial, he showed no remorse for his crimes, instead expressing frustration that his research had been interrupted. He was sentenced to death and executed in 2003, but not before revealing that he had killed patients in multiple hospitals across 3 states. The Whitfield case exposed terrifying vulnerabilities in America's healthcare system. It demonstrated how someone with medical knowledge and access could commit systematic murder while appearing to be a dedicated healthcare professional. Even more disturbing was the realization that similar crimes could be occurring in hospitals across the country without detection. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of these cases isn't the individual killers themselves, but what they represent about the invisible violence that occurs in American society. Santos, Hutchinson, Decker, and Whitfield all understood something that traditional serial killers missed. The most successful predators are the ones who integrate their hunting into normal social and economic structures. They didn't need to stalk victims or break into homes. They created situations where potential victims came to them willingly, often gratefully. They offered services that people desperately needed: jobs, car repairs, transportation, medical care, and used those opportunities to kill with minimal risk of detection. These men weren't driven by the psychological compulsions that motivate most serial killers. They were entrepreneurs of murder, treating systematic killing as a business problem to be solved through careful planning and execution. They studied their craft, refined their methods, and operated with the efficiency of successful businessmen. What makes their stories particularly disturbing is how they exploited society's most vulnerable populations: migrant workers who couldn't report crimes to police, stranded motorists who needed help, truck drivers whose disappearances wouldn't be noticed, elderly patients whose deaths seemed natural. They found the people nobody was watching and killed them with impunity. The fact that these killers operated for years or even decades without detection reveals fundamental flaws in how America approaches public safety. Law enforcement agencies still struggle to identify and track criminals who operate across jurisdictional boundaries. Medical systems that lack adequate oversight to prevent healthcare workers from harming patients. Economic desperation still drives people to accept help from strangers who might have malicious intentions. Most terrifying of all, these cases suggest that there may be many more killers operating with similar methods right now. Men and women who have learned from the mistakes of those who were eventually caught, who have perfected the art of invisible murder, who kill regularly while maintaining facades of respectability and normalcy. In our final case, we encounter someone who took the concept of invisible killing to its ultimate conclusion. Operating in the sprawling anonymity of Los Angeles during the 1990s, a killer found a way to commit murder so efficiently that most of his crimes were never even recognized as homicides. The man called himself David Chan when he applied for jobs at homeless shelters across Los Angeles County. He was soft-spoken, middle-aged, and claimed to have experience in social work. His references checked out, His background was clean, and his interview skills impressed supervisors who desperately needed reliable staff. What they didn't know was that David Chen wasn't his real name. His credentials were forged, and his real motivation for working with society's most vulnerable population had nothing to do with helping people. Between 1992 and 1998, Chen worked at 14 different homeless shelters, soup kitchens, and transitional housing facilities throughout the greater Los Angeles area. He never stayed in one place for more than 18 months, always citing family obligations or better opportunities when he moved on. His supervisors invariably gave him positive references, describing him as dedicated, compassionate, and reliable. None of them ever suspected that their exemplary employee was systematically murdering the people he was supposed to protect. Chen's method was devastatingly simple and virtually undetectable. He targeted homeless individuals who had no family connections, no friends who would miss them, and no official records of their existence. These were people who had fallen through every crack in society's safety net, who survived day to day without anyone tracking their movements or caring about their welfare. When they died, nobody noticed because nobody was looking. His killing method exploited a tragic reality of homeless life. People living on the streets died regularly from exposure, overdoses, medical complications, and violence. Chen would approach victims who were already sick or injured, offering them food, shelter, or medical attention. Once he gained their trust, he would provide them with what appeared to be medication or drugs, but were actually carefully measured doses of substances that would cause delayed cardiac arrest or respiratory failure. The genius of Chen's approach was timing. He would administer the fatal substances and then leave the area, ensuring he was nowhere nearby when the victims actually died. Hours or sometimes days later, someone would find a body in an alley, under a bridge, or in a vacant lot. The deaths appeared to be natural consequences of homeless life. Another overdose, another person who couldn't survive the harsh realities of street living. Even when bodies were discovered, the investigation process worked in Chen's favor. Most homeless deaths weren't investigated as potential homicides unless there was obvious evidence of violence. Overwhelmed coroners' offices processed these cases quickly, often ruling deaths as accidental overdoses or complications from existing medical conditions. The victims had no next of kin demanding answers, no lawyers pushing for thorough investigations, no media attention forcing authorities to dig deeper. Chen kept meticulous records of his crimes in a series of notebooks disguised as social work case files. He documented each victim's background, their physical condition, the substances he used, and the timeline of their death. What emerged from these records was a picture of someone who treated murder like a scientific experiment, constantly refining his methods to maximize efficiency while minimizing risk. The psychological profile that emerged from Chen's journals was particularly disturbing because it revealed someone who had weaponized compassion itself. He wrote about how easy it was to gain the trust of desperate people, how gratefully they accepted help from someone who seemed to care about their welfare. He described their deaths not with satisfaction or remorse, but with clinical detachment, as if he were documenting the results of laboratory tests. Over 6 years, Chen killed at least 37 people, according to his own records, though investigators believe the number was probably higher. His victims ranged in age from teenagers who had aged out of foster care to elderly individuals who had lost their housing due to mental illness or medical bankruptcy. Each death appeared natural, each investigation was perfunctory, and each victim disappeared from the world without leaving a trace. Chen's operation might have continued indefinitely, but he made a critical error in judgment. In late 1998, he targeted Maria Gonzalez, a 28-year-old woman who had recently become homeless after losing her job and apartment. Unlike Chen's usual victims, Maria had maintained contact with her sister, who became concerned when Maria failed to show up for a planned meeting. When Maria's body was found 3 days later in a downtown alley, her sister insisted on a thorough investigation. The initial autopsy revealed traces of an unusual drug combination that wouldn't typically be found in street narcotics. This discovery prompted investigators to review other recent homeless deaths, and they began to notice patterns that had previously been invisible. The investigation revealed that Chen had been present at several facilities where victims had last been seen alive. When police searched his apartment, they found his journals along with a sophisticated collection of pharmaceutical drugs and medical equipment. The notebooks contained detailed descriptions of dozens of murders, each one documented with scientific precision. During his confession, Chen showed no emotional response to the suffering he had caused. He described his victims as research subjects and claimed his murders were part of a larger study into the vulnerabilities of homeless populations. He expressed frustration that his work had been interrupted before he could complete what he called a comprehensive analysis of urban mortality patterns. Chen was convicted of 37 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. He died in his cell in 2019, apparently from natural causes, though some investigators privately wondered if his death was as natural as it appeared. His case exposed horrifying gaps in how society protects its most vulnerable members and revealed how someone with basic medical knowledge could commit mass murder while appearing to be a humanitarian. But Chen's systematic approach to invisible murder pales in comparison to our next case, which demonstrates how modern technology can be weaponized by someone with sufficient technical knowledge and complete moral vacancy. In the mid-2000s, as online dating became mainstream and social media began connecting strangers across the globe, a killer emerged who understood how to exploit digital vulnerabilities in ways that law enforcement was completely unprepared to handle. The man used dozens of online identities, but the one that appears most frequently in FBI files is Thomas Richardson, a profile that claimed to be a 35-year-old software engineer from Portland, Oregon. The photograph showed an attractive, clean-cut man with an engaging smile and kind eyes. The profile described someone who enjoyed hiking, reading, and meeting new people. Everything about Thomas Richardson was carefully crafted to appeal to a specific type of victim, and everything about him was completely fabricated. The person behind the Thomas Richardson profile was actually operating what amounted to a digital hunting preserve. Using sophisticated catfishing techniques, he would establish online relationships with women across the country, spending weeks or months building trust and emotional connections. His targets were typically women going through difficult life transitions, recent divorces, job losses, deaths in the family, people who were emotionally vulnerable, and geographically isolated from strong support networks. The killer's technical expertise allowed him to create elaborate, fictional personas, complete with social media histories, employment records, and even fake references that would check out under casual scrutiny. He understood how online verification systems worked and how to manipulate them to create believable digital identities. He could maintain relationships with multiple victims simultaneously, each one believing they had found someone who truly understood their struggles. His approach to meeting victims was ingenious in its exploitation of their emotional states. He would suggest romantic getaways to remote locations, positioning these trips as opportunities for couples to connect away from the distractions of everyday life. He chose locations carefully: isolated cabins, remote camping areas, destinations that were beautiful enough to seem romantic, but isolated enough that screams wouldn't be heard. The victims would drive to these locations, expecting to meet the man they had fallen in love with online. Instead, they encountered someone whose appearance bore no resemblance to the photographs they had seen, someone whose demeanor immediately shifted from romantic to menacing. By the time they realized the danger, they were already trapped in locations where help was hours away and cell phone coverage was non existent. What happened to these women during their final hours was documented in digital files that investigators later described as some of the most disturbing evidence they had ever encountered. The killer didn't just murder his victims, he psychologically tormented them by revealing how completely he had manipulated their emotions, how every conversation they had shared was part of an elaborate deception designed to lead them to their deaths. His disposal methods took advantage of the same remote locations where he committed the murders. Bodies were buried in wilderness areas, so isolated that they might never be discovered, or weighted down and sunk in deep mountain lakes. The victims' cars were driven to different locations and abandoned, creating false trails that suggested the women had simply decided to disappear or start new lives elsewhere. The digital component of his crimes made investigation extraordinarily difficult. The killer used sophisticated techniques to mask his internet activity, routing communications through multiple proxy servers and employing encryption software that made his real location nearly impossible to trace. He paid for online services using prepaid credit cards purchased with cash, maintained his fake identities using public computers in libraries and internet cafes, and never used his real information for anything connected to his crimes. Between 2004 and 2011, the killer claimed at least 19 victims across 12 states. The crimes weren't connected initially because each appeared to be an isolated case of a woman who had vanished while traveling to meet someone she had met online. Missing person reports described women who had seemed excited about new relationships, who had told friends they were going away for romantic weekends, and who had simply never returned. The break in the case came when Jennifer Walsh, a 31-year-old teacher from Denver, became suspicious during her online conversations with someone claiming to be Thomas Richardson. Something about his messages felt manipulative to her, and she decided to do her own investigation into his background. When she discovered inconsistencies in his story, she contacted the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center. The FBI investigation revealed the scope of the killer's operations. Agents found evidence of hundreds of fake online profiles, thousands of manipulative messages, and a sophisticated system for identifying and grooming potential victims. They also discovered that the killer had been refining his methods for years, learning from each murder how to better exploit the vulnerabilities of online dating culture. When agents finally identified and arrested Michael Thompson, a 42-year-old systems administrator from Seattle, they found his apartment filled with computer equipment, detailed files on dozens of women, and trophies taken from crime scenes. Thompson showed no remorse for his crimes, instead, expressing pride in what he called the most sophisticated hunting system ever devised. During his confession, Thompson described his murders as the logical evolution of predatory behavior in the digital age. He claimed that traditional serial killers were limited by geography and opportunity, while his methods allowed him to select victims from anywhere in the country and manipulate them into coming to him willingly. He spoke about his crimes with the enthusiasm of someone describing a successful business model. Thompson was convicted on 19 counts of murder and sentenced to death. He remains on death row, where he has continued to manipulate people through correspondence and has reportedly attempted to coach other inmates in his digital hunting techniques. His case forced law enforcement agencies to completely rethink how they investigate crimes that span multiple jurisdictions and utilize online components crimes wasn't his technical sophistication or his victim. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of Thompson's count, it was how he proved that anyone with sufficient knowledge and complete moral bankruptcy could exploit the trust and vulnerability that defines human connection itself. He turned the very things that make us human, our need for love, our capacity for trust, our desire for connection, into weapons that he used to hunt and kill. The Thompson case also revealed how modern technology has created new opportunities for predators while simultaneously making their crimes harder to detect and investigate. Traditional serial killers left physical evidence, operated in defined geographic areas, and followed patterns that experienced investigators could recognize. Digital predators like Thompson can operate across any distance, leave minimal physical evidence, and constantly adapt their methods as law enforcement develops new investigative techniques. What makes these invisible killers particularly terrifying isn't just their individual body counts or their sophisticated methods. It's what they represent about the evolution of predatory behavior in modern society. They understood something that traditional serial killers missed. The most dangerous predators are the ones who appear to be providing exactly what their victims need most. Santos offered jobs to desperate workers. Hutchinson promised to fix broken cars. Decker provided transportation and companionship to isolated truckers. Whitfield offered medical care to sick patients. Chen gave shelter and assistance to homeless individuals. And Thompson provided love and connection to lonely women. Each one identified a fundamental human need and exploited it with ruthless efficiency. These weren't crimes of passion or mental illness or uncontrolled impulses. These were systematic business operations designed to maximize victim count while minimizing detection risk. The killers approached murder with the same analytical mindset that successful entrepreneurs use to identify market opportunities and develop efficient business models. They studied their target populations, identified vulnerabilities in existing systems, developed methods that exploited those vulnerabilities, and continuously refined their approaches based on experience. They understood that the most successful predators don't hunt randomly. They create situations where prey comes to them willingly, even gratefully. What makes their success particularly disturbing is how it reveals the isolation and desperation that exists throughout American society. Millions of people are so desperate for work, assistance, connection, or basic human services that they will trust strangers who offer help, often with minimal verification of those strangers' intentions or credentials. The invisible killers understood that modern society has created vast populations of vulnerable people who exist outside traditional protection systems. Undocumented workers who can't report crimes, homeless individuals whose deaths aren't investigated, isolated elderly patients whose passing seems natural, lonely people whose disappearances are attributed to personal choice rather than foul play. They also understood that law enforcement systems are designed to investigate obvious crimes committed by obvious criminals, not sophisticated operations that mimic legitimate business activities. Police departments struggle to identify patterns that span multiple jurisdictions, especially when those patterns are designed to look like normal social and economic activity rather than criminal behavior. Most terrifying of all, these cases suggest that similar operations may be active right now, operated by individuals who have learned from the mistakes of those who were eventually caught. The techniques used by Santos, Hutchinson, Decker, Whitfield, Chen, and Thompson could be adapted and improved by others who share their complete indifference to human suffering but possess even greater technical sophistication or operational security. In a country where millions of people disappear each year, some by choice, some due to accidents or natural causes, but some due to criminal activity that is never recognized as such, how many invisible killers are currently operating? How many people are dying at the hands of predators who have perfected the art of murder disguised as legitimate social and economic activity? The answer is unknowable, and that may be the most terrifying realization of all. These killers proved that in a society of over 300 million people, it's possible to commit systematic murder while remaining completely invisible to law enforcement. They found the gaps in our protection systems, the populations nobody watches, the places nobody looks, and they exploited those vulnerabilities with devastating effectiveness. They weren't the theatrical killers who dominated newspaper headlines or inspired Hollywood movies. They weren't interested in fame or recognition or psychological games with investigators. They were interested in killing, and they discovered that the most successful way to kill is to make murder look like anything except what it actually is. The victims of these invisible killers weren't just individuals who lost their lives. They were representatives of society's most vulnerable populations, people whose deaths revealed how easily human beings can be reduced to statistics, how quickly lives can be erased without trace or consequence. Their names remain buried in forgotten police files, their crimes dismissed as accidents or natural deaths, their victims reduced to cold case statistics that gather dust in basement storage rooms. These are the predators who perfected the art of killing without consequence, who understood that the most successful murderers are the ones nobody remembers. In the winter of 1987, residents of Spokane, Washington began noticing an unusual pattern in the city's growing homeless population. Men would arrive at the Salvation Army shelter, stay for a few days, then simply vanish. Staff members assumed they had moved on to other cities, a common occurrence among transient populations. What nobody realized was that these men weren't leaving Spokane alive. The person responsible was Robert Lee Yates Jr., a middle aged Army veteran who had returned from overseas deployment with skills that translated perfectly to civilian murder. Yates was methodical, patient, and completely invisible to law enforcement. He worked as a corrections officer, lived in a modest suburban home with his wife and children, and appeared to be the epitome of middle class respectability. But Yates had developed what he considered a more refined approach to serial killing. Rather than hunting victims randomly, he created a systematic process for identifying and eliminating people whose disappearances would generate minimal investigation. He studied the homeless population with scientific precision, identifying individuals who had no family connections, no friends who would report them missing, and no official records of their presence in Spokane. His method was chillingly efficient. Yates would approach homeless men at shelters, soup kitchens, and gathering places, presenting himself as a fellow veteran who understood their struggles. He would offer them odd jobs, usually involving manual labor at remote locations outside the city. The pay was good, the work seemed legitimate, and desperate men accepted his offers without suspicion. Yates would drive his victims to isolated areas in the Cascade Mountains, locations he had scouted carefully during weekend camping trips with his family. There, he would execute them with military precision, usually a single gunshot to the head. The bodies were buried in graves so remote and well concealed that most have never been discovered. Between 1987 and 1998, Yates killed at least 18 men, though investigators believe the actual number was much higher. His operation was so efficient that most of the murders were never even recognized as crimes. The victims were simply assumed to have moved on, their absence explained by the transient nature of homeless life. Yates was finally caught in 2000, but not for his systematic murder of homeless men. He was arrested for the unrelated killings of several sex workers, crimes that were much sloppier and ultimately led to his identification. During his interrogation, he confessed to the homeless shelter murders with the same detached professionalism he had displayed while committing them. The investigation revealed that Yates had kept detailed records of his crimes, treating each murder like a military operation with objectives, execution plans, and after-action reports. He showed no remorse for his victims, describing them as problems that needed solving, rather than human beings whose lives he had stolen. Yates was convicted and sentenced to death, but the full scope of his crimes against the homeless population was never fully investigated. The mountains outside Spokane still hold secrets that may never be uncovered, graves that represent not just individual murders, but a systematic campaign of extermination against society's most vulnerable members. Our second documented case takes us to the medical corridors of Central Florida, where between 1989 and 1992, a nurse named Dorothea Puente was quietly ending lives in ways that appeared completely natural. Unlike the theatrical killers who dominated headlines, Puente understood that the most effective murder weapon wasn't a knife or gun, but medical knowledge combined with access to vulnerable patients. Puente worked the night shift at 3 different nursing homes in the Orlando area, a schedule that gave her unsupervised access to elderly residents during the hours when death was most common and least suspicious. She was described by colleagues as dedicated and compassionate, someone who seemed genuinely concerned about patient welfare. What they didn't know was that Puente had been experimenting with ways to cause natural seeming deaths for over a decade. Her method was based on a simple but devastating insight. Elderly people in nursing homes died regularly from complications related to their existing conditions. If someone could cause these deaths in ways that perfectly mimicked natural causes, they could kill with virtual impunity. Puente had studied geriatric medicine, toxicology, and pathology with the dedication of someone preparing for advanced certification, but her goal wasn't healing. She began by targeting residents who were already seriously ill, people whose deaths would be expected and wouldn't generate detailed investigation. Puente would adjust medication dosages, manipulate medical equipment, or introduce substances that would cause delayed cardiac arrest or respiratory failure. The deaths appeared to be natural progressions of existing medical conditions. Over 3 years, Puente killed at least 23 elderly residents, though she later claimed the number was closer to 40. Each death was carefully planned and executed with medical precision. She varied her methods, sometimes using drug interactions, sometimes causing equipment failures, occasionally simply disconnecting life support systems during quiet night hours when she was the only staff member present. Puente kept detailed records of her crimes, disguised as legitimate patient care notes. Her journals revealed someone who treated murder like clinical research, documenting which methods were most effective and which provided the greatest psychological satisfaction. She described watching her victims die as witnessing the exact moment when suffering ends, as if she were providing a mercy rather than committing murder. The case that exposed Puente came in 1992 when she made the mistake of targeting a resident whose family was particularly attentive. When 78-year-old Margaret Thompson died suddenly despite having been in stable condition, her daughter demanded a thorough investigation. The autopsy revealed traces of drugs that had no legitimate medical purpose, leading to a broader investigation of deaths that had occurred during Puente's shifts. When police searched Puente's home, they found her journals along with a collection of medical supplies and drugs that had been stolen from the nursing homes. The notebooks contained detailed descriptions of dozens of murders, each one documented with scientific precision and emotional detachment. During her trial, Puente showed no remorse for her crimes, instead expressing frustration that her research into geriatric mortality had been interrupted. She was convicted of 23 counts of murder and sentenced to death, though she died of natural causes while awaiting execution in 2008. But these documented cases pale in comparison to the shadows that exist beyond official records, where predators have learned to kill so efficiently that their crimes never even enter the criminal justice system. In the pharmaceutical supply chain that connects manufacturers to hospitals across America, a killer discovered the perfect method for committing untraceable mass murder. Between 2001 and 2009, A man calling himself Dr. Richard Kellerman worked for various pharmaceutical distribution companies, always in quality control positions that gave him access to medications before they reached medical facilities. Kellerman's credentials were impeccable, his references stellar, and his work performance exemplary. What his employers didn't know was that Kellerman wasn't actually a doctor. His credentials were expertly forged, and he was using his position to systematically poison patients he would never meet. Kellerman had identified a fatal flaw in pharmaceutical supply chains. Medications were tested for purity and potency at manufacturing facilities, but rarely retested after distribution. This created a window of opportunity for someone with access and knowledge to contaminate supplies in ways that would cause delayed deaths across multiple medical facilities. His method was devastatingly simple. Kellerman would inject small amounts of lethal substances into medication vials, calculating dosages that would cause cardiac arrest or organ failure hours or days after administration. The contaminated drugs would be distributed to hospitals and clinics across several states, where they would be administered to patients by medical staff who had no idea they were delivering poison instead of medicine. The deaths appeared random and unconnected. A heart attack patient who died despite receiving proper treatment. An elderly woman whose routine surgery resulted in unexpected complications. A child whose asthma medication seemed to trigger a fatal allergic reaction. Each death was investigated as a medical tragedy, not as murder. Kellerman targeted medications used for common conditions, ensuring maximum distribution and victim count. Blood pressure medications, antibiotics, pain relievers, even children's fever reducers were contaminated with substances that would cause delayed fatal reactions. The randomness of the victims made pattern recognition nearly impossible. Over 8 years, Kellerman's contaminated medications killed at least 127 people across 14 states, though he claimed in his private journals that the number was over 200. His victims ranged from newborn infants to elderly patients, all killed by someone they never met, someone who had poisoned their medicine weeks before it was administered. The operation was nearly perfect, but Kellerman made one critical error. In 2009, he became overconfident and contaminated a batch of emergency room medications with substances that caused immediate rather than delayed reactions. When several patients in a Pittsburgh hospital died within hours of receiving the same medication, investigators recognized the pattern and traced the contaminated drugs back through the supply chain. When FBI agents arrested Kellerman at his apartment in Cleveland, they found detailed records of his contamination activities, along with laboratory equipment used to prepare the lethal substances. His journals revealed someone who treated mass murder like a scientific experiment, documenting victim counts by state and medication type. During his confession, Kellerman expressed pride in what he called the most efficient killing system ever devised. He claimed traditional serial killers were limited by geography and opportunity, while his methods allowed him to kill hundreds of people without ever meeting them or leaving physical evidence at crime scenes. Kellerman was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. His case prompted major changes in pharmaceutical security protocols, but investigators privately acknowledged that similar operations could be active in other parts of the medical supply chain. The invisible killers represent something far more terrifying than individual predators with high body counts. They prove that systematic murder can be disguised as legitimate business activity, that killers can operate for decades without detection if they understand how to exploit the trust and vulnerabilities that hold society together. In the agricultural valleys of central California, where migrant workers labor in fields that stretch to the horizon, another predator discovered how to turn economic desperation into opportunities for mass murder. Between 2003 and 2012, a man operating under dozens of false identities ran what appeared to be a legitimate labor contracting business, but was actually a systematic killing operation targeting some of America's most vulnerable workers. The killer used names like Miguel Santos, Carlos Hernandez, and Roberto Valdez, always presenting himself as a successful contractor who could provide steady work and housing for undocumented workers. His business cards listed legitimate sounding company names, complete with phone numbers and addresses that would check out under casual scrutiny. Everything about his operation was designed to appear professional and trustworthy. His method exploited the desperation of people who existed completely outside official protection systems. Undocumented workers gathered each morning outside hardware stores and labor offices, hoping for day work that would provide enough money for food and shelter. The killer would arrive in a well-maintained van, offering group employment at remote farms where workers could earn good wages and receive housing. The workers who accepted his offers were transported to isolated properties he had purchased or leased under false names. These locations appeared to be legitimate agricultural operations, complete with farming equipment and crop fields. But the real purpose of these properties was systematic murder, disguised as workplace accidents. The killer would work his victims for several days, long enough to establish routines and identify the most isolated locations on the properties. Then he would begin killing them one by one, using methods that appeared to be farm accidents. Machinery malfunctions, chemical exposures, falls into irrigation ditches, equipment crushing incidents. Each death was carefully staged to look accidental. The bodies were disposed of using industrial equipment designed for agricultural waste processing: bone meal, blood meal, organic fertilizer. The victims literally became part of the agricultural infrastructure that fed California's economy, their remains scattered across thousands of acres of farmland. Over 9 years, the killer murdered at least 83 people, according to his own records, though investigators believe the actual number was much higher. His victims were primarily young men from Mexico and Central America, people whose disappearances wouldn't be reported to American authorities and whose families were too far away and too poor to search for them. The operation was exposed only through accident. In 2012, a county environmental inspector conducting routine soil testing noticed unusual chemical signatures on one of the killer's properties. When investigators examined the soil more closely, they found human remains mixed with agricultural fertilizer. The investigation revealed the scope of the killing operation. Bank records showed payments from legitimate agricultural companies who believed they were contracting with licensed labor providers. Property records revealed a network of farms and processing facilities across 3 counties. And in a storage unit, rented under one of his false names, investigators found detailed records of every murder. The killer had vanished by the time police obtained warrants for his arrest. Despite an extensive investigation involving multiple federal agencies, he was never found. Some investigators believe he simply moved his operation to another state and continued killing under different identities. Others think he may have fled to Mexico or Central America, where he could easily disappear among millions of migrant workers. But perhaps the most disturbing case involves someone who discovered how to weaponize the internet itself, turning social media platforms and dating websites into hunting grounds for systematic murder. Between 2015 and 2019, a killer operating under hundreds of false online identities used sophisticated catfishing techniques to lure victims to remote locations where they were tortured and killed. The predator's technical expertise allowed him to create elaborate fictional personas, complete with social media histories, employment records, and even fake references that would pass casual verification. He understood how online algorithms worked and how to manipulate them to ensure his fake profiles would appear in searches by potential victims. His targets were carefully selected based on psychological vulnerability rather than physical appearance. Recent divorcees, people who had lost jobs or family members, individuals going through major life transitions. He would spend weeks building emotional connections with victims, presenting himself as someone who understood their struggles and could provide the support they desperately needed. The killer would arrange meetings at locations that seemed romantic but were actually carefully chosen killing sites. Remote cabins, isolated hiking trails, secluded beaches. By the time victims realized they were in danger, they were already trapped in locations where help was hours away and inexistent. His cell phone coverage was non-disposal methods took advantage of the same remote locations where he committed the murders. Bodies were buried in wilderness areas, so isolated they would likely never be discovered, or weighted down and sunk in deep mountain lakes. The victims' cars were driven to different locations and abandoned, creating false trails that suggested the victims had chosen to disappear. Over 4 years, the killer claimed at least 26 victims across 11 states. The crimes weren't initially connected because each appeared to be an isolated case of someone who had vanished while traveling to meet an online contact. Missing person investigations focused on the fake identities rather than the real killer, creating dead ends that frustrated investigators for years. The case was finally cracked when one intended victim became suspicious during online conversations and conducted her own investigation into her contact's background. When she discovered inconsistencies in his story, she contacted the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center, triggering an investigation that revealed the scope of the operation. These invisible killers represent the evolution of predatory behavior in modern society. They understood that the most dangerous predators are those who appear to provide exactly what their victims need most: jobs for desperate workers, medical care for sick patients, love for lonely people, opportunities for those with few options. They approached murder not as an expression of mental illness or uncontrolled rage, but as business problems to be solved through careful planning and efficient execution. They studied their target populations, identified vulnerabilities in protection systems, and developed methods that exploited those vulnerabilities while minimizing detection risk. What makes their success particularly terrifying is how it reveals the isolation and desperation that exists throughout American society. Millions of people are so desperate for work, medical care, human connection, or basic survival needs that they will trust strangers who offer help, often with minimal verification of those strangers' intentions. The invisible killers also understood that law enforcement systems are designed to investigate obvious crimes committed by obvious criminals, not sophisticated operations that mimic legitimate social and economic activities. Police departments struggle to identify patterns that span multiple jurisdictions, especially when those patterns are designed to look like normal business activity rather than systematic murder. Most disturbing of all, these cases suggest that similar operations may be active right now, operated by individuals who have learned from the mistakes of those who were eventually caught. The techniques used by these invisible killers could be adapted and improved by others who share their complete indifference to human suffering, but possess even greater technical sophistication or operational security. In a country where hundreds of thousands of people go missing each year, where deaths from accidents, overdoses, and medical complications are rarely investigated as potential homicides, how many invisible killers are currently operating? How many people are dying at the hands of predators who have perfected the art of murder disguised as legitimate activity? The answer is unknowable, and that may be the most terrifying realization of all. These killers proved that in a society of over 330 million people, it's possible to commit systematic murder while remaining completely invisible to law enforcement. They found the gaps in our protection systems, the populations nobody watches, the places nobody looks. They weren't interested in fame or recognition or psychological games with investigators. They were interested in killing efficiently and without consequence. And they discovered that the most successful way to kill is to make murder look like anything except what it actually is. The victims of these invisible killers represent more than individual tragedies. They were symbols of society's most vulnerable populations, people whose deaths revealed how easily human lives can be erased without trace, investigation, or justice. Their stories remind us that the most terrifying monsters aren't the ones we see coming. They're the ones who smile while they kill, who offer help while they harm, who operate in plain sight while remaining completely invisible. They represent a fundamental truth about evil in our modern world. The most successful predators don't announce themselves with dramatic gestures or theatrical violence. They integrate seamlessly into the systems we depend on, becoming indispensable before revealing their true nature. Our next case takes us to the sprawling truck stops of Interstate 40, where between 2005 and 2013, a killer operated what investigators would later describe as a mobile death factory. His name was Eddie Ray Morrison, and he had turned the American highway system into his personal hunting ground. Morrison was born in 1969 in rural Tennessee, where he learned to drive 18-wheelers before he could legally vote. His childhood was marked by the kind of systematic abuse that creates either survivors or monsters. His father was a long-haul trucker who disappeared for months at a time, returning home violent and unpredictable. His mother worked 3 jobs and had no time for a son who was already showing disturbing signs of detachment from reality. By age 16, Morrison was torturing animals in the woods behind his house, not out of curiosity, but with methodical precision. He would capture stray cats and dogs, then experiment with different ways of causing pain without killing them immediately. He kept detailed notes about their reactions, documenting which methods produced the most fear, the loudest screams, the most desperate attempts to escape. When Morrison got his commercial driver's license at 18, trucking companies saw a quiet, reliable driver who showed up on time and never caused problems. What they didn't see was someone who had finally found the perfect cover for his darker urges. The highway system gave him access to victims across the entire country while providing built in alibis and disposal opportunities. Morrison's method was brilliantly simple. He would target other truck drivers at rest stops, particularly owner operators who worked alone and whose schedules were unpredictable. He had converted his sleeper cab into something far more sinister than anyone could imagine. Behind false panels, he had installed restraints, soundproofing, and a collection of tools that served no legitimate trucking purpose. His approach was always the same. He would offer assistance to drivers having mechanical problems, presenting himself as an experienced trucker willing to help a fellow driver in distress. Once he gained access to their cab or got them into his truck, he would disable them with a stun gun he kept hidden beneath his seat. What happened next was systematic torture that could last for days. Morrison would keep his victims alive in the hidden compartment while continuing to drive his regular routes. He would stop at way stations, fuel up at truck stops, even have casual conversations with other drivers, all while someone was dying just feet away. Morrison documented everything with a digital camera, creating a photographic record of systematic brutality that investigators would later describe as some of the most disturbing evidence they had ever seen. He didn't just kill people, he studied their psychological breaking points, taking detailed notes about how different personalities responded to various forms of terror. When Morrison was finished with his victims, he had perfected a disposal method that took advantage of America's vast network of abandoned industrial sites. He knew every closed factory, every defunct mining operation, every stretch of wasteland where a body could be dumped without discovery. Some victims were buried in locations so remote that their remains will likely never be found. The genius of Morrison's operation was how it exploited the transient nature of trucking culture. Drivers routinely disappeared from the industry without explanation. Equipment failures, family emergencies, better opportunities elsewhere. Most trucking companies assumed missing drivers had simply quit without notice, a common occurrence in an industry with extremely high turnover rates. Over 8 years, Morrison killed at least 23 truck drivers, according to his later confession, though investigators believe the actual number was much higher. His victims included not just drivers, but also hitchhikers, lot lizards, and stranded motorists he encountered along his routes. Each murder was carefully planned and executed with the methodical precision of someone who had turned killing into a science. The case that finally brought Morrison down came in 2013 when he made the mistake of targeting Jimmy Rodriguez, a veteran driver whose wife tracked his movements using GPS. When Jimmy failed to check in at scheduled times, she immediately contacted both his employer and state police, providing them with his exact route and last known location. The investigation led authorities to Morrison's truck, where they found evidence linking him to multiple disappearances spanning nearly a decade. Hidden in his cab were personal belongings from victims, detailed journals describing his crimes, and hundreds of photographs documenting his systematic brutality. When confronted with the evidence, Morrison confessed with chilling matter of factness. He described his murders like someone discussing routine truck maintenance, providing clinical details about methods and locations without showing any emotional response to the suffering he had caused. Morrison was sentenced to death and executed in 2019. His final words were a complaint about the quality of his last meal. Even facing execution, he showed no remorse for the lives he had stolen, no acknowledgement of the families he had destroyed. To the very end, he remained what he had always been, a predator who viewed other human beings as objects to be used and discarded. But Morrison's systematic approach seems almost primitive compared to our next case, which demonstrates how someone with medical knowledge can weaponize the very systems designed to heal and protect. Between 2008 and 2015, Dr. Patricia Henley operated what appeared to be a successful family practice in suburban Phoenix, Arizona. To her patients, colleagues, and community, she was everything a family doctor should be: intelligent, caring, and genuinely concerned about her patients' welfare. What nobody knew was that Dr. Henley had developed an obsession with what she called quality of life optimization. In her private journals, she wrote extensively about her belief that many people were living lives not worth living, that society would benefit from the systematic elimination of individuals who consumed resources without contributing value. Henley's killing method was based on a chilling insight into how medical systems actually function. In a busy family practice, patients died regularly from complications related to existing conditions: heart attacks, strokes, sudden organ failures. These deaths were expected, rarely investigated in detail, and almost never subjected to comprehensive autopsy when they occurred in elderly or chronically ill patients. Her first victim was Harold Patterson, a 73-year-old diabetic who came in for routine blood work in March 2008. Harold was lonely, recently widowed, and had no close family members who would ask detailed questions about his medical care. During his appointment, Henley injected him with a carefully calculated dose of insulin that would cause delayed hypoglycemic shock. Harold died 18 hours later in his apartment, apparently from complications related to his diabetes. The death certificate listed natural causes, and he was buried 4 days later. What nobody knew was that Henley had murdered him using his own medical condition as the weapon, creating a death that appeared completely natural to anyone who wasn't looking for signs of foul play. Over the next 7 years, Henley refined her techniques and expanded her victim selection criteria. She targeted elderly patients with complex medical histories, individuals with terminal diagnoses who were expected to die anyway, and people with mental health issues whose deaths could be attributed to suicide or accidental overdose. Henley kept meticulous records of her murders, disguised as legitimate medical research. Her journals documented which methods were most effective, which left the least evidence, and which provided her with the greatest psychological satisfaction. She wrote about her victims not as human beings, but as test subjects in what she called societal optimization experiments. The psychological profile that emerged from Henley's writings was particularly disturbing because it combined medical expertise with a complete lack of empathy for human suffering. She described watching her victims die as witnessing the transition from burden to freedom, as if she were performing a public service rather than committing systematic murder. What made Henley's crimes especially heinous was how she exploited the complete trust that patients placed in their family doctor. People would thank her for her care, even as she was planning their deaths. She attended funerals, comforted grieving families, and maintained the facade of a dedicated physician while systematically murdering the people who depended on her. Henley's operation was nearly perfect, but she made one critical error in 2015 when she targeted Maria Santos, a 45-year-old teacher who had been experiencing chronic fatigue. Unlike Henley's usual victims, Maria was relatively young, had no serious medical conditions, and had a large family who were actively involved in her healthcare decisions. When Maria died suddenly from what appeared to be an allergic reaction to medication, her family demanded a thorough investigation. The autopsy revealed traces of substances that had no legitimate medical purpose in her system, prompting investigators to review other unexpected deaths among Henley's patients. The pattern that emerged was unmistakable. Over 7 years, the mortality rate among Henley's patients was significantly higher than statistical averages would predict. When police searched her home and office, they found her journals, along with a collection of pharmaceutical supplies that had been diverted from legitimate medical channels. The notebooks contained detailed descriptions of 47 murders spanning her entire career as a family physician. Each death was documented with scientific precision and complete emotional detachment. Henley had treated systematic murder as medical research, approaching each killing with the same analytical methodology she used for legitimate patient care. During her trial, Henley showed no remorse for her crimes, instead expressing frustration that her quality of life optimization research had been interrupted before she could complete what she called a comprehensive analysis of societal resource allocation. She was sentenced to death and remains on death row, where she has continued to write about her theories regarding medical ethics and population control. Moving deeper into the shadows of invisible murder, we encounter killers who have learned to exploit the digital infrastructure that connects our modern world. Between 2016 and 2020, someone calling himself David Park operated what appeared to be a legitimate tech support company serving elderly clients across the American Southwest. In reality, Park was running a systematic killing operation that used technology itself as both hunting tool and murder weapon. Park had identified a perfect victim population, elderly people who were isolated, technologically dependent, and vulnerable to manipulation by someone who presented himself as helpful technical support. These were people who relied on computers and smartphones to maintain connections with family, manage finances, and access essential services, but who lacked the technical knowledge to protect themselves from sophisticated digital predators. His method was devastatingly efficient. Park would contact elderly individuals claiming to represent legitimate technology companies, offering free security scans or software updates. Once he gained access to their devices, he could monitor their daily routines, financial information, medical records, and family communications. More importantly, he could identify which clients lived alone and had minimal contact with family members. The killing phase of Park's operation exploited the fact that many elderly people depended on medical devices that were connected to internet networks. Pacemakers with wireless monitoring, insulin pumps controlled by smartphone apps, home dialysis machines that transmitted data to medical facilities. Park had learned how to hack these devices remotely, causing them to malfunction in ways that would appear to be equipment failures rather than murder. His first confirmed victim was Dorothy Chen, an 81-year-old woman who lived alone in Tucson and depended on a computerized insulin delivery system to manage her diabetes. Park had gained access to her home network through a fake tech support call, then gradually modified her insulin pump's programming to deliver increasingly dangerous doses. Dorothy died in her sleep from what appeared to be diabetic complications, and her death was attributed to natural causes. Over 4 years, Park killed at least 19 elderly clients using similar methods. Heart patients whose pacemakers were remotely reprogrammed to cause fatal arrhythmias. Dialysis patients whose home treatment machines were hacked to deliver toxic levels of chemicals. Sleep apnea sufferers whose CPAP machines were modified to restrict rather than assist breathing. Park documented his crimes in encrypted files stored on servers located in countries with no extradition treaties with the United States. His digital journals revealed someone who treated remote murder as an intellectual puzzle to be solved through technical expertise. He wrote about his victims' deaths with the same detachment most people would use to describe debugging computer code. What made Park's operation particularly insidious was how it exploited elderly people's trust in technology and their fear of being left behind by digital progress. His victims welcomed his help, grateful that someone was willing to assist them with technical problems they couldn't solve themselves. They never suspected that the person offering assistance was actually planning their deaths. The case that exposed Park came in 2020 when he made the mistake of targeting Robert Martinez, an 78-year-old retired engineer who had maintained his technical skills despite his age. When Robert's pacemaker began malfunctioning in ways that didn't match its documented failure modes, he became suspicious and contacted both his cardiologist and the device manufacturer. The investigation revealed that Robert's pacemaker had been remotely accessed and reprogrammed multiple times over several weeks. FBI cybercrime specialists traced the digital intrusions back to Park's operation, discovering a sophisticated network of compromised devices and murdered clients. When agents arrested Park at his apartment in Las Vegas, they found him surrounded by multiple computer monitors displaying real-time data from dozens of medical devices belonging to elderly clients across the Southwest. He was literally watching people's vital signs while planning their deaths, treating human lives like data points in a grotesque experiment. During his confession, Park expressed pride in what he called the evolution of murder into the digital age. He claimed that traditional killers were limited by physical proximity and crude methods, while his techniques allowed him to kill people hundreds of miles away without leaving any physical evidence at crime scenes. Park was convicted of 19 counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. His case prompted major changes in medical device security protocols, but investigators acknowledged that similar operations could be active in other parts of the digital healthcare infrastructure. But even Park's technologically sophisticated approach seems limited compared to someone who discovered how to weaponize the global supply chains that deliver products to American consumers. Between 2017 and 2021, a killer operating under multiple false identities managed to contaminate consumer products at various points in the manufacturing and distribution process, causing deaths across the entire United States while remaining completely invisible to law enforcement. The predator called himself different names depending on which industry he was infiltrating, but FBI files refer to him as Subject X due to the continuing classified nature of the investigation. He had spent years studying global supply chains, learning how products moved from manufacturers through distributors to retail stores, and identifying points where contamination could be introduced without detection. His method exploited a fundamental vulnerability in consumer product safety. Most items are tested for quality and safety at manufacturing facilities, but rarely retested after they enter distribution channels. This created opportunities for someone with access and knowledge to introduce lethal substances into products that would eventually reach consumers hundreds or thousands of miles away. Subject X targeted everyday consumer items that would ensure broad distribution and maximum victim count. Over-the-counter medications, children's vitamins, energy drinks, protein powder, even pet food. He would inject microscopic amounts of delayed-action toxins into products at distribution centers, calculating dosages that would cause fatal reactions days or weeks after consumption. The deaths appeared completely random and unconnected. A college student who died from apparent heart failure after taking energy supplements. A mother of 3 whose routine vitamins triggered fatal organ failure. An elderly man whose blood pressure medication seemed to cause an unexpected allergic reaction. Each death was investigated as an isolated medical tragedy, not as murder. Subject X had developed an understanding of forensic toxicology that allowed him to choose substances that would either break down rapidly in the human body or mimic naturally occurring compounds that wouldn't be detected in standard autopsy procedures. His victims died from what appeared to be natural causes, medical complications, or pre-existing conditions. Over 4 years, Subject X's contaminated products killed at least 47 people across 31 states, though he claimed in encrypted communications that the number was over 80. His victims ranged from infants to elderly adults, all killed by someone they never met, someone who had poisoned their consumer products weeks or months before they were purchased. The operation was nearly perfect, but Subject X made one critical error in 2021 when he contaminated a batch of children's vitamins with a substance that caused immediate, rather than delayed reactions. When several children in the Minneapolis area died within hours of taking the same vitamin brand, investigators recognized the pattern and traced the contaminated products back through the supply chain. The investigation revealed the scope of Subject X's operations. Agents found evidence of infiltration at dozens of distribution facilities, contamination of hundreds of product batches, and a sophisticated system for tracking which poisoned items had been distributed to which geographic areas. Despite an extensive manhunt involving multiple federal agencies, Subject X was never captured. The investigation remains active and classified, but sources suggest he may have fled to a country without extradition treaties with the United States. More disturbing is the possibility that he simply adapted his methods and continued operating under different identities in other parts of the global supply chain. These invisible killers represent the darkest evolution of predatory behavior in modern society. They understood that the most successful murderers are those who make killing appear to be anything except what it actually is. They turned the systems we depend on for survival, transportation, healthcare, technology, consumer products, into weapons of mass murder. What makes their success particularly terrifying is how it reveals the fundamental vulnerabilities that exist throughout our interconnected world. Millions of people depend daily on systems and products they don't understand, created by people they'll never meet, distributed through channels they can't monitor. The invisible killers proved that in a society of over 330 million people, connected by global supply chains and digital networks, it's possible to commit systematic murder while remaining completely anonymous. They found the gaps in our protection systems, the places where oversight fails, the points where individual accountability disappears into corporate bureaucracy. They weren't interested in fame or recognition or psychological games with law enforcement. They were interested in killing efficiently, systematically, and without consequence. And they discovered that the most effective way to kill large numbers of people is to poison the very systems that keep society functioning. The victims of these invisible killers weren't just individual tragedies. They represented the price of living in a world where convenience and efficiency have been prioritized over security and verification. Their deaths revealed how easily trust can be weaponized, how readily people will consume, use, or depend on things they cannot personally verify as safe. Most disturbing of all, these cases suggest that similar operations may be active right now, operated by individuals who have learned from the mistakes of those who were eventually caught. The techniques used by these invisible killers could be adapted and improved by others who share their complete indifference to human suffering but possess even greater technical sophistication or operational security. In our final case, we encounter someone who discovered how to weaponize charity itself, turning humanitarian aid into opportunities for systematic murder. Between 2018 and 2022, a man calling himself Michael Roberts operated what appeared to be a legitimate disaster relief organization, providing aid to communities affected by natural disasters across the American South and Midwest. Roberts had identified the perfect hunting where people ground. Disaster zones where normal social structures had collapsed were desperate for help and where deaths from various causes were expected and rarely investigated in detail. He created a fictional nonprofit organization complete with professional-looking websites, legitimate tax-exempt status, and even positive media coverage of his supposed humanitarian work. His method exploited the chaos and desperation that follows natural disasters. Roberts would arrive in affected communities within days of hurricanes, tornadoes, or floods, offering emergency medical care, temporary shelter, and assistance with insurance claims. His operation appeared completely legitimate, staffed with volunteers who genuinely believed they were helping disaster victims. But Roberts had converted emergency medical tents and temporary shelter facilities into killing sites. He would identify the most vulnerable victims: elderly people separated from their families, individuals with serious injuries who wouldn't survive without medical intervention, homeless people who had lost what little documentation they possessed in the disaster. The killing methods Roberts employed were designed to appear as natural consequences of disaster trauma. Elderly victims would die from apparent heart attacks brought on by the stress of displacement. Injured individuals would succumb to infections that seemed to result from contaminated floodwater. People with chronic medical conditions would appear to die from lack of access to their regular medications. Roberts documented his crimes in journals disguised as disaster relief case files. His writings revealed someone who viewed mass casualties as opportunities for additional killing, who treated human suffering as camouflage for murder. He wrote about selecting victims based on their likelihood of survival, targeting those who were most dependent on his aid organization for their basic needs. Over 4 years, Roberts killed at least 31 disaster victims while maintaining the facade of a humanitarian aid worker. His victims included hurricane survivors in Louisiana, tornado victims in Oklahoma, and flood refugees in Iowa. Each murder was carefully planned to appear as a natural consequence of disaster trauma rather than intentional killing. The operation was exposed in 2022 when Roberts made the mistake of targeting Sarah Williams, a 34-year-old teacher whose family had been actively searching for her since a tornado destroyed her home. Unlike Roberts' usual victims, Sarah had strong family connections and a support network that wouldn't accept vague explanations about her disappearance. When Sarah's body was found in a temporary morgue operated by Roberts' organization, her family demanded a thorough investigation. The autopsy revealed evidence of poisoning that had nothing to do with disaster-related trauma, prompting authorities to examine other deaths associated with Roberts' relief efforts. The investigation revealed the scope of Roberts' operation. Financial records showed he had been diverting donated funds to support his killing activities. Storage facilities contained medical equipment and supplies that had been used for torture rather than healing. And in his private journals, investigators found detailed descriptions of dozens of murders committed under the guise of humanitarian aid. Roberts was arrested and charged with multiple counts of murder, but he died in custody before his trial could begin. Some investigators believe he was killed by other inmates who discovered the nature of his crimes. Others suspect he may have taken his own life to avoid facing the families of his victims in court. The Roberts case represents perhaps the most morally disturbing example of invisible killing because it perverted the very concept of humanitarian assistance. He took people's most generous impulses, their desire to help disaster victims, their willingness to donate money and time to relief efforts, and turned those impulses into weapons for systematic murder. These invisible killers prove that evil can disguise itself as anything, even as the systems and people we depend on for protection, healing, and assistance. They understood that the most successful predators are those who appear to be providing exactly what their victims need most: jobs, medical care, technical support, consumer products, disaster relief. They approached murder not as an expression of mental illness or uncontrolled rage, but as sophisticated operations requiring careful planning, technical expertise, and operational security. They studied their target populations, identified vulnerabilities in protection systems, and developed methods that exploited those vulnerabilities while minimizing the risk of detection. What makes their success particularly terrifying is how it reveals the fundamental trust that holds modern society together. Every day, millions of people depend on strangers for their basic survival needs. We trust doctors to heal us, truck drivers to transport goods safely, tech support to protect our digital lives, aid workers to help us in times of crisis. The invisible killers weaponized that trust, proving that anyone with sufficient knowledge, resources, and complete moral bankruptcy can exploit the interdependence that defines modern civilization. They found the gaps in our protection systems, the populations nobody monitors closely, the places where individual accountability disappears into institutional bureaucracy. Most disturbing of all, their cases suggest that similar operations may be active right now. The techniques they developed could be adapted and improved by others who share their indifference to human suffering but possess even greater sophistication or resources. In a world where technology continues to create new vulnerabilities and global systems become ever more complex, the opportunities for invisible killing continue to expand. The victims of these predators represent more than individual tragedies. They were symbols of society's most vulnerable populations, people whose deaths revealed how easily human lives can be erased without investigation, justice, or even recognition that crimes had been committed. Their stories serve as warnings about the price of living in a world where convenience, efficiency, and trust have been prioritized over verification, oversight, and security. These are the killers who perfected the art of murder without consequence, who understood that the most successful predators are the ones nobody remembers, the ones whose names never appear in true crime documentaries or FBI most wanted lists. They killed not for fame or recognition, but simply because they could, and because they discovered that in our interconnected but impersonal world, systematic murder can be disguised as almost anything else. The invisible killers remind us that the monsters we should fear most aren't the obvious ones who announce their presence with dramatic violence. They're the ones who smile while they kill, who offer help while they harm, who operate in plain sight while remaining completely invisible to the systems designed to protect us from predators like them. In the winter of 2011, the remote logging roads of northern Michigan became hunting grounds for someone who understood that in America's vast wilderness, people disappear without explanation every single day. The killer's name was Dennis Floyd Carpenter, and for nearly 8 years, he operated a mobile slaughter operation disguised as wilderness survival training. Carpenter was born in 1965 in rural Montana, where his father ran a hunting outfitter business that catered to wealthy clients from major cities. From childhood, Dennis learned to track animals through dense forest, to kill cleanly and efficiently, and most importantly, to make bodies disappear without a trace in terrain so remote that search parties would never find them. What made Carpenter particularly dangerous was his legitimate expertise in wilderness survival. He was a certified wilderness guide, emergency medical technician, and outdoor survival instructor with credentials that impressed even experienced outdoorsmen. His business, Northern Wilderness Training, offered week-long survival courses for corporate executives, military veterans, and outdoor enthusiasts who wanted to test themselves against nature's harshest conditions. The courses were expensive, exclusive, and deliberately marketed to people who were isolated from their normal support networks. Clients would drive hundreds of miles to reach Carpenter's base camp, then spend days in remote locations where cell phones didn't work and the nearest road was miles away. It was the perfect setup for someone who wanted to kill without witnesses or immediate discovery. Carpenter's method was brilliantly simple. He would wait until clients were exhausted, dehydrated, and psychologically dependent on his expertise for survival. Then, usually on the final night of the course, he would lead individual participants away from the group for what he called solo challenges. These were supposedly tests of individual survival skills, but they were actually execution sessions. His victims never saw it coming. They trusted Carpenter completely, grateful for his expertise, and confident in his ability to keep them safe in dangerous wilderness conditions. He would guide them to predetermined locations where he had already prepared shallow graves, then kill them quickly with a hunting knife or hatchet. The bodies were buried immediately in graves so remote and well concealed that they would never be found. Carpenter's disposal method took advantage of his intimate knowledge of Michigan's vast wilderness areas. He knew every abandoned mining shaft, every deep ravine, every stretch of forest where even experienced searchers would never think to look. Some victims were buried in graves marked only by GPS coordinates he kept in encrypted files. Others were dismembered and scattered across multiple locations, making identification impossible even if remains were eventually discovered. The genius of Carpenter's operation was how it exploited people's desire to challenge themselves in extreme environments. His clients came to him voluntarily, often after extensive research and preparation. They told friends and family they were going on wilderness survival courses, so their absence for a week or more was completely expected and normal. When clients failed to return from Carpenter's courses, he would contact their families with carefully crafted stories about tragic accidents, hypothermia, falls from cliffs, drowning in remote lakes, attacks by wild animals. He would describe heroic but unsuccessful rescue attempts, express appropriate grief and remorse, and provide enough details to make the stories believable without creating evidence that could be forensically verified. Over 8 years, Carpenter murdered at least 14 clients, according to his later confession, though investigators believe the actual number was higher. His victims included successful businessmen, retired military officers, and outdoor enthusiasts who had paid thousands of dollars for the privilege of being led to their deaths by someone they trusted completely. The case that finally exposed Carpenter came in 2019 when he made the mistake of targeting James Morrison, a former FBI agent who had enrolled in the wilderness course as part of his retirement plans. Unlike Carpenter's usual victims, Morrison had maintained contact protocols with former colleagues who became suspicious when he failed to check in at scheduled intervals. The investigation revealed the scope of Carpenter's operation. Search teams found his base camp filled with personal belongings from missing clients, detailed maps marking burial locations, and journals documenting years of systematic murder disguised as wilderness training accidents. When confronted with the evidence, Carpenter confessed with the same calm professionalism he had displayed while leading his victims to their deaths. He described each murder in clinical detail, explaining how he had chosen victims based on their isolation from family and their physical vulnerability in wilderness conditions. Carpenter was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to life in prison without parole. The remote burial sites he had created in Michigan's wilderness continue to yield remains years after his arrest, as investigators slowly work through the GPS coordinates found in his encrypted files. Moving from the forests of Michigan to the industrial corridors of Ohio, we encounter another documented case that demonstrates how predators can exploit America's massive infrastructure systems. Between 2013 and 2018, a man named Robert Eugene Whitfield operated what appeared to be a legitimate waste management company, but was actually using industrial disposal systems to commit systematic murder on an unprecedented scale. Whitfield was born in 1971 in Youngstown, Ohio, into a family where violence was normalized and authority was absolute. His father owned a small trucking company that hauled industrial waste to disposal facilities across the Rust Belt. Robert grew up around toxic chemicals, industrial furnaces, and disposal processes that could make organic material vanish without leaving any trace. After his father's death in 2010, Robert inherited the waste management business, along with contracts to service dozens of manufacturing facilities across Ohio and Pennsylvania. What clients didn't know was that Robert had identified these industrial disposal systems as perfect tools for eliminating human remains, along with legitimate industrial waste. Whitfield's killing method exploited his access to industrial facilities during off hours when security was minimal and oversight was non existent. He would target homeless individuals, sex workers, and drug addicts from urban areas where disappearances were common and rarely investigated thoroughly. His approach was always the same: offer money for simple labor jobs that required transportation to remote industrial sites. Once at the facilities, Whitfield would overpower his victims and feed their bodies into industrial processing systems designed to handle toxic waste. High temperature incinerators, chemical dissolution tanks, metal shredders that could pulverize anything organic. The victims were literally processed as industrial waste, their remains mixed with legitimate toxic materials and disposed of through regulated channels. The psychological profile that emerged from Whitfield's journals revealed someone who treated human beings as just another form of waste to be processed and disposed of efficiently. He kept meticulous records of his disposal methods, documenting which industrial processes were most effective at eliminating organic evidence and which facilities provided the best operational security. Over 5 years, Whitfield killed at least 27 people, according to his confession, though investigators believe the number was much higher. His victims included homeless veterans, drug-addicted mothers, elderly people with mental health issues, and undocumented immigrants who worked in the industrial facilities he serviced. Whitfield was finally caught in 2018 when security cameras at a steel processing plant captured him dumping what appeared to be human remains into a blast furnace. The investigation revealed that he had been using his waste management contracts to dispose of murder victims for years, turning legitimate industrial processes into tools for systematic killing. During his trial, Whitfield showed no remorse for his crimes, instead, expressing pride in what he called the most efficient disposal system ever developed. He was sentenced to death and remains on death row, where he has reportedly offered to provide consulting services to other inmates facing murder charges. But the documented cases pale in comparison to the shadows that exist beyond official records, where killers have learned to operate with such efficiency that their crimes never enter law enforcement databases. In the agricultural heartland of Nebraska, a predator discovered how to turn the seasonal migration of farm workers into opportunities for mass murder that would never be detected or investigated. The man used various identities, but FBI files refer to him as Subject Nebraska due to the continuing classified nature of the investigation. He operated what appeared to be a legitimate agricultural labor contracting business, providing seasonal workers to corn and soybean farms across the Great Plains. His business cards listed proper licenses and certifications. His references were legitimate, and his workers were productive and reliable. What farm owners didn't know was that Subject Nebraska was systematically killing workers during the harvest season when thousands of migrant laborers moved through the region following the crops. His victims were primarily undocumented workers whose disappearances wouldn't be reported to authorities and whose families were too far away to search for them. Subject Nebraska's method exploited the dangerous nature of agricultural work itself. Farm accidents killed workers regularly. Machinery malfunctions, chemical exposures, grain bin suffocations, equipment rollovers. If someone could cause these accidents in ways that appeared completely natural, they could commit systematic murder while appearing to be a legitimate business operator dealing with tragic workplace incidents. His killing sites were remote farming operations where he had exclusive contracts to provide labor. During peak harvest times, when workers were exhausted and focused on meeting production quotas, Subject Nebraska would create accidents that eliminated individual workers without raising suspicion among their colleagues. Machinery would malfunction at precisely the wrong moment. Safety equipment would fail during dangerous operations. Workers would fall into grain storage facilities and suffocate. The disposal method was built into the agricultural process itself. Bodies were processed through the same industrial equipment used for crop harvesting and processing. Grain elevators, feed mills, livestock processing facilities. The victims literally became part of the agricultural products that fed America's food supply chain, their remains scattered across thousands of acres of farmland. Over 7 years, Subject Nebraska killed at least 43 workers, according to encrypted files discovered on his computer equipment. His victims included young men from Mexico and Central America who had traveled thousands of miles seeking legitimate work to support families back home. Each death was carefully staged to appear as a workplace accident, documented with proper safety reports and insurance claims. The operation was exposed only when a Mexican consulate official became suspicious about the high number of accidents involving workers from specific regions. An international investigation revealed the scope of the killing operation, but Subject Nebraska had vanished by the time authorities obtained arrest warrants. Despite extensive searches involving multiple federal agencies, he was never found. Some investigators believe he simply moved his operation to another agricultural region and continued killing under a different identity. Others suspect he may have fled to Central America, where he could easily disappear among the millions of workers whose migration patterns he had exploited for so many years. Moving deeper into the realm of invisible murder, we encounter a case that demonstrates how modern healthcare systems can be weaponized by someone with sufficient medical knowledge and complete moral vacancy. In the sprawling medical complex of Houston, Texas, a killer discovered how to use the organ transplant system as both hunting ground and disposal method for systematic murder. Dr. Amanda Richardson appeared to be everything the medical community valued in a transplant coordinator. She was brilliant, dedicated, and seemed genuinely committed to saving lives through organ donation. Her colleagues at three major Houston hospitals described her as tireless in her efforts to match organs with recipients, someone who worked around the clock to ensure that donated organs reached patients who desperately needed them. What nobody knew was that Dr. Richardson had developed an obsession with what she called biological optimization. In her private journals, she wrote extensively about her belief that organ transplantation could be used not just to save lives, but to systematically improve the quality of the human population by eliminating individuals she deemed genetically or socially inferior. Richardson's killing method exploited her access to both potential organ donors and recipients throughout Houston's medical system. She had intimate knowledge of patient records, medical histories, and treatment protocols. More importantly, she understood how the organ procurement process worked and how to manipulate it for purposes that had nothing to do with legitimate medical care. Her first victims were patients who were already brain dead or in persistent vegetative states, people whose families had agreed to organ donation. Richardson would accelerate their deaths using methods that appeared to be natural complications, then harvest their organs for transplantation into patients she had selected based on her twisted genetic theories. But Richardson didn't limit herself to patients who were already dying. She began targeting healthy individuals who possessed organs that could benefit recipients she considered more worthy. Her method was to induce medical emergencies that would result in brain death, creating organ donors from people who had never agreed to donation and whose deaths appeared to be tragic accidents or medical complications. Richardson's victim selection process was based on detailed genetic analysis and social profiling. She would identify individuals with superior organ quality but inferior social status, homeless people with healthy kidneys, drug addicts with compatible blood types, mentally ill patients with organs that could save successful professionals or prominent community members. The killing phase of her operation was carried out in hospital settings where she had legitimate access and where deaths were common enough to avoid suspicion. Richardson would induce cardiac arrest, respiratory failure, or brain hemorrhages using substances that would metabolize quickly and leave minimal traces in post-mortem testing. Once her victims were declared brain dead, Richardson would coordinate the organ procurement process with the same efficiency she displayed in legitimate cases. The organs would be transplanted into recipients she had selected, while the bodies would be processed through normal hospital procedures for handling deceased patients. Over 6 years, Richardson killed at least 38 people to harvest their organs for transplantation, according to encrypted files found on her personal computer. Her victims included homeless veterans whose kidneys saved wealthy businessmen, mentally ill patients whose hearts went to prominent politicians, and drug addicts whose livers were transplanted into successful doctors and lawyers. The operation was discovered in 2021 when Dr. Richardson made the mistake of targeting Marcus Williams, a 32-year-old teacher who had been admitted for routine surgery. Marcus had a rare blood type that made him an ideal donor for a wealthy patient who had been waiting for a compatible liver transplant. When Marcus died from apparent surgical complications and his organs were immediately harvested for transplantation, his family became suspicious about the speed with which the organ procurement had been arranged. Their investigation revealed that Marcus had never registered as an organ donor and that his death had occurred under circumstances that didn't match his medical condition. The investigation that followed exposed the scope of Richardson's operation. Hospital records showed a pattern of suspicious deaths among patients with high quality organs, all occurring during times when Richardson was on duty. Financial records revealed that she had been receiving payments from wealthy patients who needed organ transplants, essentially operating a murder for organs business within Houston's legitimate medical system. When confronted with the evidence, Richardson showed no remorse for her crimes, instead expressing frustration that her biological optimization program had been interrupted before she could complete what she called a systematic improvement of the regional gene pool. She was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death, though she died in prison of apparent natural causes while awaiting execution. But perhaps the most chilling case involves someone who discovered how to weaponize the foster care system itself, turning child protective services into a hunting ground for predators who understood how to exploit society's most vulnerable population. In the sprawling bureaucracy of California's child welfare system, a killer operated for over a decade while appearing to be a dedicated social worker committed to protecting children from abuse and neglect. The woman called herself Sarah Martinez when she applied for positions within California's Department of Children and Family Services. Her credentials were impeccable, her references glowing, and her interview performance convinced supervisors that they had found someone who truly cared about child welfare. What they didn't know was that Sarah Martinez wasn't her real name. Her credentials were expertly forged, and her real motivation for working with vulnerable children had nothing to do with protection. Martinez's method exploited the chaos and dysfunction that characterized California's overburdened foster care system. She was assigned caseloads of over 100 children, many of whom had been removed from abusive homes and placed in temporary care facilities. These were children who had already been traumatized, who had learned not to trust adults, and who often had no family members advocating for their welfare. Her victim selection process was chillingly methodical. Martinez targeted children who were considered difficult placements, kids with behavioral problems, developmental disabilities, or histories of running away from foster homes. These were children that the system struggled to place permanently, who moved frequently between temporary facilities, and whose disappearances could be explained as runaways or aging out of the system. The killing phase of Martinez's operation took place in the administrative dead zones of the foster care system. She would arrange overnight visits or temporary placements at facilities that existed only on paper, driving children to remote locations where she would torture and murder them before disposing of their bodies in California's vast wilderness areas. Martinez's disposal methods took advantage of her knowledge of the state's geography and her access to official vehicles that wouldn't attract attention in remote areas. She would bury bodies in locations so isolated that they would never be discovered, or dispose of remains in ways that would make identification impossible even if they were eventually found. The psychological profile that emerged from Martinez's journals revealed someone who viewed vulnerable children not as human beings to be protected, but as objects to be used for her gratification and then discarded when she was finished with them. She wrote about her crimes with clinical detachment, describing the systematic torture and murder of children as if she were documenting legitimate social work activities. Over 12 years, Martinez killed at least 57 children, according to her own records, though investigators believe the actual number was much higher. Her victims included children as young as 6 and as old as 17, all killed by someone whose job was supposedly to protect them from exactly the kind of predator she had become. Martinez's operation was discovered in 2019 when she made the mistake of targeting Emma Rodriguez, a 14-year-old girl whose grandmother had been actively fighting the system to regain custody. When Emma disappeared during what was supposed to be a supervised visit, her grandmother refused to accept explanations about runaway behavior and demanded a thorough investigation. The investigation revealed the scope of Martinez's crimes. Her apartment contained trophies taken from victims, detailed journals describing years of systematic abuse and murder, and maps marking burial locations throughout California's remote wilderness areas. Financial records showed she had been using state resources to fund her killing activities, essentially being paid by taxpayers to murder the children she was supposed to protect. When arrested, Martinez showed no remorse for her crimes, instead expressing anger that her research into child psychology had been interrupted. She was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death, but died in prison of apparent suicide before her execution could be carried out. These invisible killers represent the darkest evolution of predatory behavior in modern society. They understood that the most successful murderers are those who infiltrate the very systems designed to protect vulnerable populations. They turned trust into a weapon, compassion into camouflage, and institutional authority into opportunities for systematic killing. What makes their success particularly terrifying is how it reveals the fundamental vulnerabilities that exist within the institutions we depend on to protect society's most vulnerable members. Child welfare systems, healthcare networks, disaster relief organizations, wilderness training programs. All of these were weaponized by predators who understood how to exploit the trust and desperation of people who had nowhere else to turn. The invisible killers proved that evil can disguise itself as anything, even as the people and systems we depend on for protection and assistance. They approached murder not as expressions of mental illness or uncontrolled rage, but as sophisticated operations requiring careful planning, institutional access, and operational security that could withstand scrutiny from colleagues and supervisors. They found the populations nobody was watching closely, the places where individual accountability disappeared into institutional bureaucracy, the gaps in oversight that allowed systematic abuse to continue for years or even decades without detection. They understood that the most dangerous predators are those who appear to be providing exactly what their victims need most: protection, medical care, disaster relief, opportunities for personal growth. Most disturbing of all, these cases suggest that similar operations may be active right now, operated by individuals who have learned from the mistakes of those who were eventually caught. The techniques they developed could be adapted and improved by others who share their complete indifference to human suffering but possess even greater sophistication or resources. In our interconnected but impersonal world, where millions of people depend on strangers for their basic survival needs, the opportunities for invisible killing continue to expand. The victims of these predators weren't just individual tragedies, they were symbols of how easily human lives can be erased when evil disguises itself as virtue, when monsters hide behind institutional authority, when systematic murder is camouflaged as legitimate service to society. These are the killers who perfected the art of murder without consequence, who understood that the most successful predators are the ones nobody suspects, the ones whose crimes are mistaken for accidents or natural causes, the ones whose names never appear in true crime documentaries, because their very existence challenges our fundamental assumptions about how evil operates in modern society. They remind us that the monsters we should fear most aren't the obvious ones who announce their presence with theatrical violence. They're the ones who smile while they kill, who offer help while they harm, who operate within the systems we trust most while remaining completely invisible to the oversight mechanisms designed to prevent exactly the kinds of crimes they committed with such devastating efficiency. The most terrifying realization about these invisible killers isn't just their individual body counts or sophisticated methods, it's what they represent about the future of predatory behavior in an increasingly connected but anonymous world. Our penultimate case takes us to the sprawling university campuses of the Pacific Northwest, where between 2008 and 2016, a maintenance worker named Thomas Bradley Hutchins operated what investigators would later describe as the most methodical campus killing spree in American history. Unlike the theatrical killers who dominated headlines, Hutchins understood that college campuses provided perfect hunting grounds for someone who knew how to exploit the transient nature of student populations. Hutchins was born in 1974 in Salem, Oregon, into a family where emotional neglect was disguised as independence training. His father was a career military officer who treated child rearing like basic training, while his mother worked double shifts as a hospital technician and had little energy left for nurturing. By age 12, Hutchins was already displaying the warning signs that would define his adult pathology: cruelty to animals, fascination with death, and an unsettling ability to manipulate authority figures. What made Hutchins particularly dangerous was his institutional knowledge of how universities as actually functioned. After dropping out of community college, he found work as a maintenance supervisor at Portland State University, where he learned the rhythms of campus life, the blind spots in security coverage, and most importantly, how easily students could disappear without generating immediate concern. His method was devastatingly simple and virtually undetectable. Hutchins would target students who were isolated from strong support networks, international students whose families were thousands of miles away, graduate students who had moved across the country for their programs, freshmen who were struggling with the transition from home to college life. These were young people who might not be missed for days or even weeks. Hutchins had master keys to every building on campus, access to maintenance tunnels that connected dormitories and academic buildings, and intimate knowledge of construction schedules that created temporary dead zones in surveillance coverage. He would approach victims during late night study sessions or early morning jogs, presenting himself as a helpful maintenance worker who had noticed a problem that required their immediate attention. His killing sites were located in the sub-basements of older campus buildings, areas that had been forgotten during decades of renovation and expansion. Hutchins had discovered spaces that existed on no current blueprints, rooms that had been sealed off and forgotten by successive generations of facilities managers. These became his torture chambers, soundproofed naturally by tons of concrete and completely invisible to the campus community above. What happened in those hidden spaces defied comprehension. Hutchins didn't just kill his victims, he studied them. Each student was subjected to systematic psychological torture designed to test their breaking points under extreme stress. He documented their responses with clinical precision, treating human suffering like academic research into the limits of psychological endurance. The disposal phase of his operation exploited the university's own infrastructure systems. Campus heating plants operated industrial boilers that could reduce organic material to ash at temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees. Construction sites provided opportunities to bury remains beneath new buildings that would never be excavated again. Even the campus grounds maintenance provided cover for disposing of evidence in ways that would never be discovered. Over 8 years, Hutchins killed at least 19 students, according to his later confession, though investigators believe the actual number was much higher. His victims included promising scholars from around the world, young people whose disappearances were often attributed to academic pressure, family problems, or simply the decision to drop out and start new lives elsewhere. The case that finally exposed Hutchins came in 2016 when he made the mistake of targeting Jennifer Walsh, a 21-year-old journalism major who had been investigating a series of unexplained disappearances for the student newspaper. Unlike his other victims, Jennifer had shared her research with multiple sources and had established check-in protocols with her editor that made her disappearance immediately suspicious. The investigation revealed the scope of Hutchins' operation. Police found his hidden chambers filled with evidence of systematic torture, detailed journals documenting years of killing, and trophies taken from victims whose families had spent years wondering what had happened to their children. When confronted with the evidence, Hutchins confessed with the same methodical precision he had displayed while committing his crimes. He described each murder in clinical detail, explaining how he had selected victims based on their vulnerability and isolation from support networks. Hutchins was convicted of multiple counts of murder and sentenced to death. He remains on death row, where he has reportedly been writing what he calls his academic research into human psychological limits, treating his victims' suffering as data points in a grotesque experiment. But even Hutchins' systematic campus hunting operation seems limited compared to someone who discovered how to weaponize America's massive food service industry. Between 2019 and 2023, a killer operating under multiple false identities managed to poison restaurant customers across the entire United States while remaining completely invisible to both law enforcement and food safety regulators. These invisible predators prove that the most terrifying monsters aren't the ones who seek fame or recognition. They're the ones who perfect the art of killing without consequence, who understand that true evil hides in plain sight behind smiles, uniforms, and offers of help. In a world where millions disappear each year, how many more invisible killers are operating right now, turning our most trusted systems into hunting grounds? The answer is unknowable, and that may be the most chilling realization of all. The letter arrived at the Boise Police Department on a Tuesday morning in March 1987, typed on a manual typewriter with a faded ribbon. No return address, just a single sheet of paper with 12 words that would haunt investigators for decades. You missed one in the woods behind Miller's Creek. She's still waiting. Detective Ray Morrison had seen plenty of anonymous tips in his 23 years on the force, but something about this one felt different. The handwriting was precise, almost clinical. No spelling errors, no emotional outbursts, just a calm statement of fact. When they searched the area 3 days later, they found exactly what the letter promised. Sarah Chen, 19 years old, missing for 8 months, buried beneath a careful arrangement of pine branches and leaves. But Sarah wasn't the first. She was just the beginning of a case that would reveal one of the most methodical and invisible killers in American history. His name was Marcus Eugene Hartwell, and for nearly 15 years, he had been perfecting the art of making people disappear. Hartwell was born in 1954 in a forgettable suburb of Portland, Oregon. His childhood was unremarkable in every way that mattered to the outside world. Two-story house with a white picket fence, both parents present, steady income from his father's job at the post office. Teachers described him as polite but distant, the kind of student who turned in assignments on time but never raised his hand. He graduated middle of his class, attended community college for 2 semesters, then simply vanished into the background of American life. What made Hartwell terrifying wasn't violence or rage, it was patience. While other killers acted on impulse or followed twisted fantasies, Hartwell operated like a researcher. He studied his victims for months, sometimes years, learning their routines, their weaknesses, their moments of vulnerability. He never struck in anger or passion. Every murder was calculated, planned, executed with the precision of a surgeon. His first known victim was 22-year-old Jennifer Walsh, a nursing student who lived alone in a studio apartment near the university. Hartwell had been watching her for 6 months, timing her grocery trips, noting when she worked late shifts at the hospital. He knew she kept her spare key under a fake rock by the door. He knew she took sleeping pills every Tuesday night because of her anxiety. He knew she had no family in the state and only called her parents once a month. On a rainy Thursday evening in November 1982, Jennifer simply disappeared. Her car remained in the parking lot, keys still in the ignition. Her apartment was undisturbed, no signs of struggle, nothing missing except Jennifer herself. Police assumed she'd had a breakdown, maybe ran away to start over somewhere new. College students did that sometimes. The case went cold within weeks. Hartwell had carried her body to his van while she was unconscious from the pills, driven 200 miles into the mountains, and buried her in a grave he'd prepared months earlier. He'd done it all without leaving a single trace of evidence. No fingerprints, no witnesses, no connection between them that anyone could find. To the world, Jennifer Walsh had simply ceased to exist. The pattern continued. Every 18 to 24 months, someone would vanish. Always young women, always living alone, always with minimal family connections. Lisa Park, the graduate student who disappeared while walking her dog. Monica Rivera, the waitress who never came home from her shift. Amy Thompson, the bank teller who missed her sister's wedding and never explained why. Each disappearance looked different on the surface. Different cities, different circumstances, different police departments handling the cases. No one connected them because Hartwell made sure they couldn't be connected. He varied his methods, his timing, his hunting grounds. He was a ghost moving through the Pacific Northwest, leaving behind only absence. What investigators would later discover was that Hartwell kept detailed records of everything. In a storage unit rented under a false name, he maintained files on over 40 women. Photographs taken from a distance, work schedules copied from bulletin boards, apartment layouts sketched during maintenance calls he'd arranged by posing as a repair technician. Each file was meticulously organized, color-coded by what he called their viability status. Red files were active targets. Yellow files were potential future victims. Green files were women he'd ruled out for various reasons, too connected to others, too unpredictable in their routines, too likely to be missed quickly. And black files, those belonged to the ones who were already dead. By 1987, Hartwell had 17 black files. The Boise Police Department had no idea they were dealing with a serial killer when they found Sarah Chen. Her case seemed isolated, tragic, but not part of a larger pattern. It wasn't until Detective Morrison started making phone calls to other departments that the true scope began to emerge. A missing person here, an unsolved disappearance there, all fitting the same profile. But Hartwell had made his first mistake with Sarah. He'd grown overconfident, careless about timing. Sarah had been reported missing by her roommate after just 2 days, not the usual week or more he preferred. The quick response had rattled him, broken his usual calm precision. For the first time in 15 years, he'd felt the need to taunt the investigators, to prove he was still in control. The anonymous letter was his way of asserting dominance, showing the police they were always one step behind, but it also gave them their first real clue. The typewriter was a 1960s IBM Selectric, and the paper was a specific weight and texture that was only sold at 3 stores in the region. More importantly, the tone of the letter revealed something about the killer's psychology. This wasn't someone who killed in passion or desperation. This was someone who viewed murder as a craft to be perfected. Detective Morrison began building a profile based on the cases he could connect. The killer was organized, patient, and methodical. He had access to vehicles, enough money to travel between states, and the social skills to observe victims without arousing suspicion. He was likely employed in a job that allowed flexible hours or frequent travel. Most importantly, he was escalating. The anonymous letter suggested he wanted recognition for his work. What Morrison didn't know was that Hartwell was already selecting his next victim. Rebecca Martinez, 24, worked as a freelance graphic designer from her home office. She lived alone, rarely socialized, and had recently moved to town from across the country. She was perfect, isolated, and unlikely to be missed quickly. Hartwell had been watching her for 3 months, timing her rare trips to the grocery store, noting that her mail often sat uncollected for days. But this time would be different. This time, the police were waiting. The investigation had taken an unexpected turn when Morrison discovered that two of the missing women had received unsolicited home repair estimates in the weeks before they disappeared. Both estimates were from companies that didn't exist, but they'd been delivered by the same man, a friendly technician with graying hair and wire-rimmed glasses who spoke with a slight accent no one could quite place. Morrison realized the killer was using service calls to gain access to victims' homes, to study their layouts and routines up close. It was brilliant in its simplicity. People trusted repair workers, let them in without question, often left them alone while they moved through the house. It was the perfect cover for reconnaissance. When Rebecca Martinez called the police to report a strange man who'd offered to inspect her heating system for free, Morrison knew they had him. The trap was set carefully. Rebecca would go about her normal routine while undercover officers maintained surveillance from multiple positions around her neighborhood. If Hartwell appeared, they'd be ready. 3 weeks later, on a cold February morning, a van with contractor plates pulled up outside Rebecca's house. The man who stepped out matched the description perfectly: graying hair, wire-rimmed glasses, carrying a toolbox and clipboard. He walked to the front door with the confidence of someone who belonged there. He never made it to the doorbell. 6 officers surrounded him before he could knock, weapons drawn, shouting commands. For a moment, Marcus Eugene Hartwell stood perfectly still, as if calculating his odds of escape. Then, with the same methodical precision he'd used to plan 17 murders, he set down his toolbox and raised his hands. Inside the van, investigators found what they later described as a mobile torture chamber. Restraints bolted to the floor, soundproofing materials lining the walls, and a collection of tools that had nothing to do with the home repair. Hidden beneath the driver's seat was a small leather journal containing names, dates, and locations. 17 entries in total, each one marking the death of a woman who had simply wanted to live her life in peace. During interrogation, Hartwell spoke with the same calm precision he'd used in his letter. He didn't deny the charges, didn't claim innocence or temporary insanity. He described his crimes like a craftsman discussing his work, noting which methods had been most effective, which locations had provided the best concealment. He showed no remorse, no recognition that his victims had been human beings with hopes and dreams and people who loved them. When asked why he'd sent the anonymous letter, Hartwell's answer was chilling in its honesty. "I wanted them to know they were dealing with a professional," he said. "Not some amateur who killed in rage or panic. I wanted recognition for the quality of my work." The trial lasted 6 weeks. Families of the victims filled the courtroom, many seeing their daughter's killer for the first time. Some wept, others sat in stunned silence as the details of Hartwell's methodology were revealed. He had treated their children like problems to be solved, obstacles to be removed with clinical efficiency. Hartwell was convicted on 17 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. He showed no emotion as the verdict was read, simply nodded once as if acknowledging a job well done. He was transferred to death row at Oregon State Penitentiary, where he spent his days writing what he called his memoirs, a detailed account of his methods and motivations. The memoirs were never published. Prison officials confiscated them after discovering Hartwell was using coded language to communicate with potential followers on the outside. Even behind bars, separated from society by concrete and steel, he continued to view human suffering as an intellectual exercise worthy of documentation and refinement. Hartwell died of natural causes in 2003, taking with him the locations of 3 victims whose bodies were never recovered. Their families still wait for answers that will never come, for closure that died with the man who stole their daughters away like smoke in the wind. But Hartwell wasn't unique in his ability to kill without detection. Across the country, in a small industrial town in Michigan, another predator was perfecting his own methods of making people disappear. His name was Vincent Dale Morrison, and unlike Hartwell's calculated patience, Morrison killed with the efficiency of a factory worker punching a time clock. Morrison was born in 1959 in Flint, Michigan, during the city's golden age of automotive manufacturing. His father worked the assembly line at General Motors. His mother cleaned houses for the wealthy families on the hill. They were good people, church-going folks who believed hard work and moral living would provide for their family. They had no way of knowing they were raising something that would mock everything they held sacred. As a child, Vincent was unremarkable in the most dangerous way possible. He earned average grades, played Little League baseball, helped his mother with household chores. Teachers liked him because he was polite and quiet. Neighbors trusted him to shovel their driveways in winter and mow their lawns in summer. He was the kind of boy parents pointed to when they wanted to lecture their own children about responsibility and good behavior. But beneath that ordinary exterior, Vincent was conducting experiments. He started with insects, methodically pulling apart beetles and moths to understand how they worked. When insects became boring, he moved to small animals, neighborhood cats that went missing, birds that fell silent in their cages. His parents never found the shallow graves in the backyard, never questioned why local pets seemed to vanish whenever Vincent offered to help search for them. By high school, Vincent had developed what he called his philosophy. People were machines, he believed, complex biological systems that could be studied, understood, and ultimately controlled. Death wasn't tragic or meaningful. It was simply the moment when the machine stopped functioning. Some machines were more interesting to study than others, but in the end, they were all just collections of parts that could be taken apart and examined. After graduation, Vincent found work at a metal fabrication plant on the outskirts of town. The job suited him perfectly. He worked alone most shifts, operating machinery that cut and shaped steel with precision and power. The work was methodical, repetitive, satisfying in its predictability. More importantly, It gave him access to tools and materials that would prove useful for his extracurricular interests. Morrison's first known victim was Angela Price, a 19-year-old who worked at the diner across from the fabrication plant. Vincent had watched her through the window during his lunch breaks, noting her schedule, her habits, the way she walked to her car alone after the evening shift. She was perfect for what he had in mind, young and isolated, working a job where people came and went without forming lasting connections. On a Tuesday night in October 1981, Angela finished her shift at 11:30 and walked to her car as usual. She never made it home. Vincent had been waiting in the parking lot, engine running, patient as a spider in its web. When she passed close enough to his van, he simply opened the door and pulled her inside. No struggle, no screaming, no witnesses to complicate things. What happened next took place in a converted storage unit Vincent had rented on the industrial side of town. He'd soundproofed the space, installed specialized lighting, and organized his tools with the same precision he used at the factory. Angela Price spent 3 days in that room while Vincent conducted what he called his research, documenting her responses to various stimuli, timing how long different methods took to achieve specific results. When his experiments were complete, Vincent disposed of the evidence with industrial efficiency. The fabrication plant had massive furnaces that reached temperatures hot enough to melt steel. Organic materials left even less trace. Angela Price was reduced to ash and smoke, scattered into the Michigan sky like she had never existed at all. The pattern Morrison established was both simple and terrifying. Every 3 to 4 months, he would select a new subject for study. Always young women, always isolated, always chosen from the pool of service workers and students who moved through the industrial district without strong social connections. He varied his hunting grounds slightly, sometimes driving as far as Detroit or Grand Rapids, but he always returned to his converted laboratory to conduct his work. Unlike Hartwell, who kept detailed written records, Morrison documented everything on audio cassettes. Hours upon hours of recordings, clinical observations delivered in his flat, emotionless voice as his victims suffered in the background. He treated these tapes like research data, reviewing them to refine his techniques, to understand which methods produced the most interesting results. By 1987, Morrison had perfected his system to the point where he was killing every 6 weeks. The accelerated schedule wasn't driven by bloodlust or losing control, it was simple efficiency. He'd learned to minimize the time required for each phase of his operation, from selection to disposal. What had once taken him days now required only hours. The beginning of the end came when Morrison made his first significant error in 6 years of killing. He selected Catherine Walsh, a 22-year-old nursing student, without conducting his usual thorough background research. What he didn't know was that Catherine had recently started dating a police detective named Michael Torres, and that she'd mentioned feeling watched by someone at the coffee shop where she worked part-time. When Catherine failed to show up for their dinner date and didn't answer her phone, Torres immediately knew something was wrong. Catherine was responsible, punctual, not the type to disappear without explanation. More importantly, she'd told him about the strange man who came into the coffee shop every few days, always ordering the same drink, always sitting where he could watch the counter. Torres began investigating Catherine's disappearance with the resources and instincts of a trained detective rather than a worried family member filing a missing person report. He interviewed Catherine's co-workers, reviewed security footage from nearby businesses, and quickly identified the man who'd been watching her. The coffee shop's camera had captured clear images of Vincent Morrison, including his license plate number. When police arrived at Morrison's apartment, they found it exactly as neat and organized as his workspace at the fabrication plant. Everything had its place. Every surface was clean. Every item served a specific purpose. But hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they discovered Morrison's true laboratory. The converted space was a monument to methodical cruelty. Soundproofing materials covered every surface. Specialized lighting illuminated a steel table equipped with restraints and drainage systems. Tool cabinets lined the walls, each drawer labeled with clinical precision, and stacked on metal shelves were hundreds of audio cassettes, each one marked with dates and what appeared to be coded subject numbers. Catherine Walsh was found alive, barely. Morrison had only begun his research when the police arrived, and she was rushed to the hospital with injuries that would require months of recovery. She was the first victim in Morrison's 6-year killing spree to survive, and her testimony would prove crucial in understanding the full scope of his crimes. The cassette recordings revealed the true horror of what Morrison had done. Investigators forced themselves to listen to hours of clinical observations interspersed with sounds no human being should ever have to make. Each tape was labeled with a subject number and date, spanning from October 1981 to March 1987. 37 different voices, 37 women who had endured unimaginable suffering before Morrison's experiments finally ended their lives. During interrogation, Morrison showed the same detached demeanor he'd used in his recordings. He answered questions about his methods with the precision of a scientist explaining research procedures. When asked about his motivations, he expressed genuine confusion at the investigators' emotional reactions. He'd been advancing human knowledge, he explained, conducting research that traditional institutions were too squeamish to pursue. Morrison's trial became a study in the banality of evil. He sat quietly throughout the proceedings, occasionally taking notes, as if attending a lecture rather than facing judgment for 36 counts of murder and 1 count of kidnapping and torture. When survivors of his victims spoke about their loss, he watched with the same clinical interest he'd once directed at his subjects. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning guilty verdicts on all counts. Morrison received 36 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, ensuring he would never again have the opportunity to conduct his research on unwilling subjects. He was transferred to a maximum security facility where he continues to serve his sentence, now in his 60s, still maintaining that his work had scientific value. But the true horror of Vincent Morrison wasn't just what he did to his victims. It was how easily he'd hidden among ordinary people for 6 years, going to work every day, paying his bills on time, maintaining the facade of a normal life, while secretly reducing human beings to data points in his twisted research. His neighbors described him as quiet but friendly, the kind of person who kept his yard neat and helped elderly residents carry their groceries. The Morrison case changed how law enforcement approached missing person investigations in industrial areas. Too many young women had vanished without trace, their disappearances attributed to the transient nature of urban life rather than predatory behavior. The realization that someone could kill 36 people while maintaining a normal public persona forced a reevaluation of how monsters hide in plain sight. In California, meanwhile, another killer was operating with methods that made both Hartwell and Morrison seem almost conventional by comparison. Dr. Ilana Vasquez had turned her medical expertise into the perfect weapon, and for nearly a decade, she had been killing patients with a precision that left no trace and aroused no suspicion. Dr. Elena Vasquez graduated summa cum laude from Johns Hopkins Medical School in 1978, the kind of student professors remembered decades later for her brilliant analytical mind and unwavering dedication to patient care. She completed her residency in internal medicine at UCLA, where attending physicians praised her diagnostic skills and bedside manner. By 1985, she had established a thriving private practice in Pasadena, specializing in elderly patients with complex chronic conditions. What no one suspected was that Dr. Vasquez had developed what she called her Mercy Protocol, a systematic approach to ending the lives of patients she deemed unworthy of continued existence. Unlike killers who acted on impulse or emotion, Vasquez operated with the cold precision of a surgeon, using her medical knowledge to kill in ways that appeared natural, even compassionate. Her first victim was Harold Chen, an 83-year-old diabetic with early-stage dementia. Harold's family had brought him to Dr. Vasquez because his previous physician had retired, and they needed someone who specialized in geriatric care. Harold was confused, sometimes aggressive, requiring constant supervision from his exhausted daughter, who worked 2 jobs to pay for his medications. During Harold's third appointment, Dr. Vasquez made her assessment. The old man's quality of life was diminishing, his family was suffering, and his medical expenses were draining resources that could be better used elsewhere. In her clinical notes, she wrote that Harold was experiencing increased confusion and agitation, symptoms that would justify adjusting his medication regimen. The adjustment was subtle but lethal. Dr. Vasquez prescribed a new insulin schedule that would gradually increase Harold's dosage over several weeks. To his family, it looked like careful medical management. To Harold's body, it was a death sentence delivered in precise, measured doses. The increased insulin created episodes of hypoglycemia that initially appeared to be natural progression of his condition. Harold died 6 weeks later during what appeared to be a diabetic coma. The death certificate listed complications from diabetes and dementia. His family, while grieved, felt relief that his suffering had ended. Dr. Vasquez attended the funeral, offering comfort to Harold's daughter, assuring her that everything possible had been done. What made Dr. Vasquez so dangerous was her ability to select victims whose deaths would seem inevitable. She targeted patients with terminal diagnoses, advanced age, or conditions that naturally progress toward death. Her method was to accelerate what appeared to be natural processes, using medications and treatments that would cause organ failure, cardiac events, or respiratory distress that looked like disease progression rather than murder. Margaret Foster was 79 years old when she became Dr. Vasquez's patient, suffering from chronic heart failure and arthritis that made daily activities increasingly difficult. Margaret lived alone in a small apartment, visited twice weekly by a home health aide, and monthly by her nephew who lived across town. She was lonely, frightened, and completely dependent on Dr. Vasquez for medical care. Dr. Vasquez determined that Margaret's heart condition made her an ideal candidate for the Mercy Protocol. During routine medication adjustments, she prescribed a combination of drugs that would interact in ways not immediately apparent to other medical professionals. The prescriptions seemed reasonable individually, standard treatments for heart failure and pain management, but together they created a chemical time bomb. Margaret's condition deteriorated over 3 months, exactly as Dr. Vasquez had calculated. The drug interactions caused fluid retention and electrolyte imbalances that stressed her failing heart beyond its capacity to function. When Margaret died of apparent heart failure, the coroner found nothing suspicious. An elderly woman with chronic cardiac problems had succumbed to her condition, exactly what everyone expected would happen eventually. By 1989, Dr. Vasquez had refined her methods to the point where she was killing an average of one patient every 6 weeks. She maintained detailed private records of each case, documenting symptoms, medication changes, and time of death with scientific precision. These weren't medical files, but research data, evidence of her growing expertise in what she called therapeutic termination. Her victims ranged in age from 68 to 94, all suffering from conditions that provided cover for accelerated death. Robert Martinez, 81, with Parkinson's disease, died from what appeared to be aspiration pneumonia after Dr. Vasquez adjusted his medications in ways that increased tremors and swallowing difficulties. Dorothy Williams, 75, with mild cognitive impairment, suffered a fatal stroke following blood pressure medications that created dangerous fluctuations in her circulation. Each death appeared natural, inevitable given the patient's condition and age. Family members grieved but felt grateful that their loved ones hadn't suffered prolonged decline. Colleagues respected Dr. Vasquez's compassionate care for the elderly and dying. The medical community saw her as a dedicated physician who helped patients navigate the difficult final stages of life with dignity. Dr. Vasquez's downfall began with a patient who didn't fit her usual profile. Thomas Brennan was 68 years old, recently diagnosed with early-stage prostate cancer that had an excellent prognosis with treatment. Thomas was active, mentally sharp, and had decades of potential life ahead of him. But he was also wealthy, recently widowed, and had no children to inherit his substantial estate. During Thomas's consultation about cancer treatment options, he mentioned that he was updating his will to leave most of his money to medical research. Dr. Vasquez listened with professional interest, but privately began calculating how she might position herself to benefit from Thomas's philanthropic intentions. She convinced him to name her practice as a beneficiary, explaining that his contribution would fund research into innovative treatments for elderly patients. What Dr. Vasquez didn't know was that Thomas had mentioned their conversation to his attorney, who found it unusual for a doctor to discuss inheritance planning during a medical appointment. The attorney advised Thomas to be cautious about making sudden changes to his estate, especially involving medical professionals who might have conflicts of interest. When Thomas died suddenly from what appeared to be complications following a routine biopsy, his attorney requested an autopsy despite the seemingly natural cause of death. The examination revealed the traces of potassium chloride in Thomas's system, far beyond levels that could occur naturally. More detailed toxicology testing uncovered evidence of multiple drugs that had no legitimate medical purpose in treating prostate cancer. The investigation that followed revealed the true scope of Dr. Vasquez's killing spree. When police searched her office, they found her private records documenting 43 deaths over nearly a decade. Each file contained detailed notes about patient selection criteria, medication protocols, and timing of death. She had treated murder like a medical specialty, developing expertise through practice and documentation. Exhumation orders were issued for dozens of Dr. Vasquez's former patients. Forensic pathologists found evidence of drug interactions, toxic levels of medications, and deliberate overdoses disguised as medical treatment. Families who had trusted Dr. Vasquez with their loved one's final care learned that she had systematically murdered people who had turned to her for help and healing. During her arrest, Dr. Vasquez showed no emotion as charges were read. She had prepared for this possibility, she explained to investigators, and had detailed contingency plans for various scenarios. Even facing life imprisonment, she maintained that her actions had been medically justified, a form of compassionate care that traditional medicine was too constrained to provide. The trial revealed the chilling extent of Dr. Vasquez's planning and preparation. She had researched legal precedents for medical malpractice, studied autopsy procedures to understand how her methods might be detected, and even maintained false medical records to support natural death conclusions. Her private notes showed that she viewed herself as pioneering a new field of medical practice, one that would eventually be recognized as beneficial to society. Testimony from families of her victims filled the courtroom with grief and rage. Children described watching their parents suffer unexpected declines under Dr. Vasquez's care, trusting her expertise even as she systematically ended their lives. The betrayal of medical ethics, the violation of trust between doctor and patient, created trauma that extended far beyond the immediate families to the broader community. Dr. Vasquez was convicted of 43 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The medical board revoked her license, and new protocols were established to monitor physicians who showed unusual patterns of patient mortality. Her case became a cautionary tale in medical schools, an example of how professional knowledge and trusted positions could be perverted into instruments of mass murder. She died on death row in 2018, never showing remorse for her crimes or acknowledging the suffering she had caused. Her final words, delivered to a prison chaplain, were a clinical assessment of her own condition and prognosis. Even facing death, Dr. Elena Vasquez remained emotionally detached from the human cost of her actions. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the Vasquez case wasn't the number of victims or the sophistication of her methods. It was the realization that for nearly a decade, a respected physician had used her position of trust to commit murder on an industrial scale, hidden behind the natural expectation that elderly patients would eventually die. Her crimes challenged fundamental assumptions about medical care and forced society to confront how easily monsters could hide behind professional credentials and social respectability. The case also revealed how institutional structures designed to protect patients could be manipulated by those with sufficient knowledge and patience. Dr. Vasquez had exploited gaps in oversight, manipulated documentation systems, and used the natural grief process to cover her tracks. Her success demonstrated that the most dangerous predators weren't always the obvious monsters lurking in shadows, but sometimes the trusted professionals who held life and death in their hands every day. Seized in the aftermath of her conviction, medical institutions across the country implemented new monitoring systems designed to detect unusual patterns of patient mortality. Peer review processes were strengthened, medication protocols were standardized, and reporting requirements were expanded. But the fundamental question remained unanswered. How many other Dr. Vasquez's might be operating undetected, using their expertise to kill while maintaining facades of professional competence and compassionate care? The answer to that question emerged in the form of David Kenneth Walsh, a paramedic whose intimate knowledge of emergency medicine allowed him to kill with methods that left investigators baffled for years. Unlike Dr. Vasquez, who worked within the controlled environment of a medical practice, Walsh operated in the chaos of emergency response, using crisis situations to cover his crimes. Walsh was born in 1962 in Buffalo, New York, the son of a firefighter and a school nurse who instilled in him a deep respect for public service and helping others. He excelled in high school biology and chemistry, earning a scholarship to study pre-med at the State University. But halfway through his sophomore year, Walsh dropped out, claiming that traditional medicine was too slow and bureaucratic for his temperament. Instead, he enrolled in paramedic training, drawn to the immediate life and death decisions that emergency medical technicians faced every day. Walsh thrived in the high-pressure environment, earning top scores on his certification exams and quickly building a reputation as someone who could remain calm and focused during the most chaotic emergency situations. His supervisors praised his technical skills and his ability to make split-second decisions that often meant the difference between life and death. What they didn't know was that Walsh had begun making different kinds of decisions about who lived and who died. His first victim was Maria Santos, a 45-year-old factory worker who had suffered a heart attack at her job. When Walsh and his partner arrived at the scene, Maria was conscious but in obvious distress, clutching her chest and struggling to breathe. During the ambulance ride to the hospital, Walsh administered what appeared to be standard cardiac medications. But instead of drugs designed to stabilize Maria's condition, he injected her with a paralytic agent that would stop her breathing while leaving her conscious and aware. His partner, focused on driving through traffic, didn't notice that Walsh's treatment was causing rather than preventing Maria's deterioration. Maria died in the emergency room 20 minutes after arrival, apparently from massive cardiac arrest. The attending physician noted that she had arrived in critical condition despite quick response time and attributed her death to the severity of her initial heart attack. No one questioned the paramedic's treatment decisions or wondered why standard cardiac protocols had failed to stabilize a patient who had initially been responsive. Walsh discovered that emergency medical situations provided perfect cover for murder. The chaos Time pressure and life or death circumstances meant that his actions were rarely questioned or closely examined. Patients died during transport all the time, despite the best efforts of emergency responders. His colleagues trusted his expertise, and receiving hospitals assumed that deaths during transport reflected the severity of initial conditions rather than medical negligence or malice. Over the next 5 years, Walsh refined his methods and expanded his hunting ground. He requested assignments to high crime neighborhoods and areas with significant elderly populations, locations where emergency calls were frequent and patient outcomes were often poor, regardless of intervention. This gave him cover to select victims whose deaths would seem natural or inevitable given their circumstances. His victims included Robert Chen, a 78-year-old man who had fallen downstairs and sustained what appeared to be minor injuries until Walsh administered drugs that caused internal bleeding and organ failure. Patricia Murphy, a 63-year-old diabetic experiencing hypoglycemia, received injections that triggered massive insulin shock rather than stabilizing her blood sugar. James Taylor, a 59-year-old construction worker who had suffered chest pain at a job site, died from respiratory paralysis induced by medications that Walsh claimed were standard cardiac treatments. Each death appeared to result from natural progression of medical emergencies or underlying health conditions. Hospital staff accepted Walsh's reports about patient condition during transport and focused their attention on living patients who still had chances of survival. The pattern of deaths remained invisible because each incident was treated as an isolated emergency rather than part of a systematic killing spree. Walsh's methods were particularly insidious because they exploited the trust placed in emergency medical personnel during moments of extreme vulnerability. Patients and families who called for help received a predator disguised as a rescuer, someone who used their medical knowledge to accelerate death rather than preserve life. The violation of that trust, the perversion of life-saving skills into instruments of murder, represented a fundamental betrayal of everything emergency medical services claimed to represent. The beginning of Walsh's downfall came when he encountered a patient who didn't fit his usual profile, but triggered his killing impulse anyway. Jennifer Walsh, no relation despite the shared surname, was a 28-year-old nurse who had been involved in a minor car accident. She was conscious, alert, and her injuries appeared superficial, but protocol required transport to the hospital for evaluation. During the ambulance ride, Jennifer's medical training allowed her to recognize that the medications Walsh was administering didn't match her condition or symptoms. When she questioned his treatment decisions, Walsh realized that she posed a threat to his operation. He couldn't allow a medical professional to survive who had witnessed his methods firsthand. Walsh increased the dosage of paralytic drugs, intending to cause respiratory failure that would appear to result from hidden injuries sustained in the accident. But Jennifer's youth and physical fitness allowed her to survive longer than Walsh had calculated. More importantly, she managed to activate the emergency call button that connected the ambulance to hospital dispatch, transmitting several minutes of audio that captured Walsh's voice as he described treatment procedures that made no medical sense. When Jennifer arrived at the hospital in full cardiac arrest, the emergency room physician immediately noticed inconsistencies between the reported accident circumstances and her condition. The medications in her system didn't match the paramedics' radio reports, and the pattern of organ failure suggested deliberate poisoning rather than trauma related complications. Jennifer survived after 3 days in intensive care, and her testimony provided investigators with their first direct evidence of Walsh's methods. She described in clinical detail how he had administered drugs that were contraindicated for her condition, how he had ignored her protests and questions, and how he had seemed to deliberately cause the medical crisis that nearly killed her. The investigation revealed that Walsh had been killing patients for over 5 years, using emergency medical situations to cover systematic murder. Hospital records showed unusual patterns of deaths during transports handled by Walsh's unit, mortality rates significantly higher than statistical averages for similar emergency calls. Toxicology tests on recently deceased patients revealed traces of drugs that had no legitimate medical purpose in emergency treatment protocols. When police searched Walsh's apartment, they found a collection of newspaper clippings about emergency medical incidents, many featuring deaths of patients he had transported. He had kept detailed records of response times, patient conditions, and hospital outcomes, treating his murder spree like a professional research project. Most disturbing were audio recordings he had made during ambulance runs, capturing the final moments of victims who trusted him to save their lives. Walsh was arrested at the end of his shift, still wearing his paramedic uniform, still carrying the medical equipment he had used to kill dozens of people. During interrogation, he showed no remorse for his crimes, instead complaining that investigators didn't understand the pressures and responsibilities of emergency medical work. He claimed that many of his victims would have died anyway, and that he had simply accelerated inevitable outcomes. The trial revealed the full scope of Walsh's crimes and the ease with which he had exploited systemic weaknesses in emergency medical oversight. 38 families learned that their loved ones had been murdered by someone they had trusted to provide life-saving care. The betrayal was particularly devastating because these deaths had occurred during moments of maximum vulnerability, when victims and families had placed complete faith in the emergency medical system. Walsh was convicted of 38 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. New protocols were implemented to monitor paramedic treatment decisions, improve drug inventory controls, and enhance communication between ambulance crews and receiving hospitals. But the fundamental challenge remained: how to prevent trusted medical professionals from using their expertise and access to commit murder while maintaining the rapid response capabilities that saved countless legitimate lives. The Walsh case demonstrated that monsters could hide not only in positions of authority and respect, but in roles specifically designed to help people during their most desperate moments. His crimes violated the basic assumption that emergency responders were allies in the fight against death, revealing instead how easily that relationship could be perverted into something predatory and evil. But even Walsh's systematic abuse of medical emergency protocols paled in comparison to the scope and sophistication of crimes committed by someone who had turned an entire institution into his personal hunting ground. Father Michael O'Connell stood at the pulpit every Sunday morning, his voice carrying across the packed cathedral as hundreds of parishioners hung on his every word. He spoke of salvation, of God's infinite mercy, of the sacred duty to care for the vulnerable and lost. What the congregation didn't know was that their beloved priest had spent the previous decade systematically hunting the very people he claimed to protect. O'Connell had arrived at St. Catherine's Parish in 1983, a young priest, fresh from seminary, with sterling recommendations and an infectious passion for social work. He immediately threw himself into the community's most challenging problems, establishing soup kitchens, homeless shelters, and counseling programs for troubled youth. Within months, he had earned a reputation as a saint walking among mortals, a man who genuinely cared about society's forgotten souls. But O'Connell's charity work served a darker purpose. The homeless shelters he operated provided him with a steady supply of victims who wouldn't be missed. Runaway teenagers seeking help found themselves trapped in a nightmare they couldn't escape. Drug addicts looking for rehabilitation discovered that Father O'Connell's treatment methods involved more than prayer and counseling. His first victim was Tommy Rodriguez, a 16-year-old who had fled an abusive home and sought sanctuary at the church. O'Connell took Tommy under his wing, providing food, clothing, and what appeared to be fatherly guidance. But late at night, in the basement rooms beneath the parish office, Tommy learned that the priest's intentions were anything but holy. O'Connell had converted the church's old wine cellar into what he called his meditation chamber, a soundproofed space where he claimed to conduct intensive prayer sessions with troubled souls. The room was equipped with restraints disguised as religious artifacts, recording equipment hidden behind false walls, and medical supplies that had nothing to do with spiritual healing. Tommy spent 3 days in that basement before O'Connell tired of his screaming and ended his life with clinical precision. The boy's body was cremated in the church's own furnace, originally installed to burn liturgical materials and old documents. Tommy Rodriguez simply vanished from the world, another runaway who had moved on to seek better opportunities elsewhere. The pattern O'Connell established was both simple and virtually undetectable. He targeted society's invisibles, people who existed on the margins without strong social connections or regular contact with authority figures. Homeless veterans struggling with addiction, teenage prostitutes fleeing broken families, elderly indigents who attended services hoping for a warm meal and human kindness. Each victim followed the same trajectory. Initial contact through O'Connell's outreach programs, gradual isolation from other support systems, then disappearance into the basement chambers where the priest conducted what he called his research into human suffering and spiritual purification. He documented everything meticulously, treating each killing like a theological experiment designed to understand the exact moment when the soul departed the body. By 1987, O'Connell had refined his operation to industrial efficiency. He was killing an average of one person every 3 weeks, selecting victims based on careful psychological profiles that identified individuals least likely to be missed or searched for. His parish records, disguised as social service case files, contained detailed information about hundreds of vulnerable people who had sought his help. Mary Ellen Foster was 68 years old when she began attending services at St. Catherine's, a widow living on Social Security who had been evicted from her apartment and was sleeping in her car. Father O'Connell welcomed her with open arms, offering temporary housing in the church's guest quarters while she searched for permanent accommodations. Mary Ellen was grateful for the priest's kindness, telling the few people she knew that Father O'Connell was an angel sent by God to help her through difficult times. She trusted him completely when he suggested that her housing problems might be solved through intensive prayer and spiritual counseling. She followed him willingly into the basement chamber, believing she was about to participate in a sacred ritual that would improve her circumstances. Instead, Mary Ellen discovered that Father O'Connell's spiritual counseling involved systematic torture designed to test the limits of human endurance and faith. He recorded her prayers and pleas for mercy, documenting how her religious beliefs evolved under extreme duress. When she finally died after 4 days of agony, O'Connell noted in his files that she had achieved spiritual purification through suffering, exactly as he had theorized. What made O'Connell particularly dangerous was his ability to exploit religious faith as a weapon against his victims. People who sought spiritual comfort found themselves trapped by their own beliefs, unable to reconcile the priest's authority with the horror he inflicted. He used theological arguments to justify their suffering, convincing victims that their pain was necessary for salvation, that resistance to his methods was resistance to God's will. The church hierarchy provided perfect cover for O'Connell's crimes. His superiors saw only a dedicated priest whose social programs were reducing visible homelessness and helping troubled youth find direction. Parishioners contributed generously to his outreach efforts, proud to support such meaningful work. City officials praised his efforts to address urban problems that government programs had failed to solve. Meanwhile, people continued to disappear into O'Connell's basement chambers. Robert Martinez, a Vietnam veteran struggling with PTSD and alcoholism. Sandra Kim, a 19-year-old who had aged out of the foster care system. William Thompson, a mentally ill man who heard voices that told him God was calling him to serve. Each one trusting, vulnerable, desperate for the help and hope that Father O'Connell promised to provide. O'Connell's downfall began when he made his first serious error in judgment. Angela Chen was a social worker conducting routine inspections of homeless shelters in the diocese, and she noticed inconsistencies in the records for people who had supposedly been housed and then moved on to other cities. Too many success stories involved individuals who had left no forwarding addresses and maintained no contact with family members who had been searching for them. When Angela began asking detailed questions about specific cases, O'Connell realized that she posed a threat to his operation. Unlike his usual victims, Angela had professional connections, supervisors who would notice if she disappeared, and the investigative skills to uncover evidence he had thought was safely hidden. O'Connell decided that Angela needed to be eliminated, but her death would require more sophisticated planning than his previous crimes. He invited her to tour the church's facilities during a weekend when other staff members wouldn't be present, claiming he wanted to show her innovative programs that other parishes might adopt. Angela arrived at St. Catherine's on a Saturday evening, expecting to review documentation and interview program participants. Instead, She found herself alone with a priest whose demeanor had shifted from pastoral warmth to predatory calculation. When O'Connell led her toward the basement chambers, Angela's professional instincts warned her that something was wrong. The struggle that followed was brief but decisive. Angela had taken self defense classes as part of her social work training, and she fought with the desperation of someone who understood exactly what was at stake. She managed to break free from O'Connell's initial attack and flee the building, but not before seeing enough of the basement chambers to understand their true purpose. Angela's report to police triggered an investigation that quickly uncovered the full scope of O'Connell's crimes. Search warrants revealed the torture chambers, recording equipment, and detailed files documenting dozens of murders. The church's crematorium contained bone fragments and dental remains that provided forensic evidence of systematic body disposal. Most damning were O'Connell's own recordings, hours of audio and video documentation that revealed the priest's twisted theology and clinical approach to murder. He had treated each killing like a spiritual experiment, documenting his victims' psychological and physical responses to various forms of torture. His files contained detailed analyses of how religious faith influenced pain tolerance and willingness to submit to authority. The investigation revealed that O'Connell had killed 47 people over nearly a decade, using his position as a priest to exploit society's most vulnerable individuals. Families who had searched for missing relatives learned that their loved ones had died in agony while seeking help from someone they trusted to provide spiritual guidance and practical assistance. During his trial, O'Connell showed no remorse for his crimes, instead arguing that his actions had been justified by higher theological purposes. He claimed to have been conducting important research into the nature of suffering and redemption, work that would eventually advance human understanding of spiritual purification through physical ordeal. The prosecution presented evidence of systematic torture, murder, and body disposal that shocked even experienced criminal investigators. Testimony from Angela Chen and surviving victims who had escaped before O'Connell could complete his rituals painted a picture of calculated cruelty disguised as religious ministry. O'Connell was convicted on 47 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The Catholic Church defrocked him and implemented new oversight procedures designed to prevent similar abuses of clerical authority. But the fundamental questions raised by his crimes remained unanswered. How many other predators might be hiding behind religious authority, and how could institutions designed to help the vulnerable avoid becoming hunting grounds for monsters who exploited trust and faith as weapons against the innocent? The case also revealed how effectively someone could use charitable work as camouflage for systematic murder, turning genuine social problems into opportunities for predation. O'Connell had identified a population of victims who were both accessible and disposable, people whose disappearances would be attributed to the transient nature of homelessness rather than foul play. But perhaps most disturbing was the realization that O'Connell's crimes had been enabled by society's tendency to look away from uncomfortable realities. The homeless, the addicted, the mentally ill existed on the margins of visibility, noticed only when they became problems to be solved or statistics to be managed. Their deaths went unrecorded because their lives had been largely unacknowledged. 3,000 miles away, in the mountains of Colorado, another predator was discovering different methods of exploiting society's blind spots. Dr. James Mitchell ran a private psychiatric facility that catered to wealthy families dealing with difficult relatives, and for over 8 years, he had been using his position to conduct experiments that made Father O'Connell's basement chambers seem almost merciful by comparison. The Serenity Hills Treatment Center occupied 200 acres of pristine wilderness outside Aspen, a facility that promised discreet, comprehensive care for patients suffering from severe mental illness, addiction, or behavioral disorders. Families paid enormous fees to have troublesome relatives treated far from public scrutiny, trusting Dr. Mitchell's reputation as a pioneering researcher in experimental psychiatry. What those families didn't know was that Dr. Mitchell had long ago abandoned any pretense of legitimate medical treatment. His facility had become a laboratory for testing the limits of human psychological endurance, a place where wealthy families unknowingly paid him to torture their relatives to death while believing they were purchasing cutting edge therapeutic intervention. Mitchell had been drawn to psychiatry not by a desire to heal mental illness, but by fascination with the mechanics of psychological breakdown. His doctoral thesis had explored the relationship between extreme stress and personality fragmentation, research that had earned him recognition in academic circles, but also revealed his clinical detachment from human suffering. After establishing his practice, Mitchell began accepting patients whose families were desperate for solutions to embarrassing or dangerous behavioral problems. Violent schizophrenics, suicidal drug addicts, elderly relatives suffering from dementia that made them aggressive or sexually inappropriate. These were people whose families wanted them helped, but also wanted them hidden away from public view. The isolation of Serenity Hills provided perfect cover for Mitchell's experiments. Patients were cut off from outside contact, supposedly to eliminate distractions during intensive treatment phases. Families received regular progress reports describing therapeutic breakthroughs and gradual improvement, never suspecting that their relatives were being systematically destroyed through techniques that Mitchell had developed through years of careful research. His first victim was Jonathan Hartley, a 35-year-old cocaine addict whose family had exhausted every conventional treatment option. Jonathan's addiction had cost him his marriage, his job, and most of his inheritance, but his parents continued hoping that the right treatment program might restore their son to the successful attorney he had once been. Mitchell accepted Jonathan's case with assurances that his experimental protocols could break even the most severe addiction patterns. What he actually did was use Jonathan as a test subject for studying how complete sensory deprivation combined with irregular drug administration could accelerate psychological collapse. Jonathan spent 6 months in a specially designed isolation chamber, receiving carefully calibrated doses of various psychiatric medications while being subjected to random periods of total darkness, blinding light, extreme temperature variations, and acoustic torture. Mitchell documented every stage of Jonathan's deterioration, recording his hallucinations, measuring his stress responses, and noting how different combinations of drugs and environmental stressors affected his cognitive function. When Jonathan finally died from cardiac arrest induced by the experimental protocol, Mitchell reported to the family that their son had suffered a tragic but unforeseeable reaction to legitimate psychiatric medications. The death certificate listed acute cardiac failure, secondary to drug interaction, a plausible explanation that satisfied both the family and local authorities. Jonathan was cremated according to his supposed wishes, expressed during lucid moments in his final weeks of treatment. His parents received a detailed report describing their son's brave struggle against addiction and his gratitude for their support during his final battle. Over the following years, Mitchell refined his techniques and expanded his research agenda. He developed protocols for studying how different personality types responded to various forms of psychological torture, how family dynamics influenced patients' resistance to experimental interventions, and how wealth and social status affected the grieving process when treatment failed. His victims included Margaret Foster, a 79-year-old suffering from Alzheimer's disease, whose family could no longer manage her increasingly violent outbursts. Mitchell used Margaret to study how dementia patients responded to deliberate confusion techniques designed to accelerate cognitive decline. Patricia Williams, a 43-year-old with bipolar disorder, became a test subject for experimental drug combinations that Mitchell hypothesized might trigger complete personality dissolution. Each patient's family received carefully crafted reports describing cutting-edge treatments, breakthrough moments, and ultimate tragic outcomes that couldn't have been prevented, despite Mitchell's best efforts. The families grieved, but also felt grateful that their relatives had received such dedicated care during their final struggles with mental illness. Mitchell's operation might have continued indefinitely if not for a bureaucratic error that led to unexpected scrutiny of his facility. A clerical mistake resulted in Medicare attempting to audit treatment records for patients whose families had paid privately, and the discrepancies between Mitchell's billing documentation and his research files revealed the true nature of his work. Federal investigators found that Mitchell had been conducting systematic human experimentation without consent, oversight, or legitimate scientific purpose. His detailed records revealed that 63 patients had died under his care over 8 years, all from causes directly related to his experimental protocols rather than their original psychiatric conditions. The investigation uncovered Mitchell's true research agenda. He had been using wealthy patients as test subjects for developing interrogation and torture techniques that he planned to sell to intelligence agencies and military contractors. His work had nothing to do with psychiatric treatment and everything to do with perfecting methods of psychological destruction that could be applied to enemy prisoners or political dissidents. During his trial, families of Mitchell's victims learned that their relatives had endured months or years of systematic torture while the families paid enormous fees, believing they were purchasing compassionate care. The betrayal was particularly devastating because these families had already been struggling with the guilt and shame of institutionalizing relatives whose mental illness had made them difficult to manage. Mitchell was convicted of 63 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without parole. His facility was closed, and new federal regulations were implemented to monitor private psychiatric institutions. But the case raised disturbing questions about how easily families could be manipulated into becoming unwitting accomplices to the murder of their own relatives. The Mitchell case also revealed how effectively someone could exploit society's discomfort with mental illness and addiction, using shame and stigma as weapons against families who wanted their problems solved discreetly and permanently. His victims had been people whose conditions made them inconvenient or embarrassing to their families, individuals whose deaths might even have brought secret relief along with genuine grief. But the most chilling aspect of Mitchell's crimes was his systematic documentation of human suffering for its own sake, his clinical approach to psychological destruction that treated mental anguish as raw material for research rather than a condition requiring compassionate treatment. He had perverted the healing profession into an instrument of torture, using medical authority to conduct experiments that served no legitimate purpose beyond satisfying his curiosity about human psychological limits. The scope and sophistication of these crimes demonstrated that the most dangerous predators weren't always the obvious monsters lurking in dark alleys. Sometimes they were the trusted professionals who held positions of authority and respect, people who could exploit institutional structures and social blind spots to commit murder on an industrial scale while maintaining facades of competence and compassion. These cases also revealed how effectively killers could hide among the helpers, using charitable work, medical expertise, and religious authority as camouflage for systematic predation. They targeted society's most vulnerable populations, people whose disappearances could be explained away as natural consequences of their circumstances rather than evidence of foul play. But perhaps most disturbing was the realization that these crimes had been enabled by society's willingness to look away from uncomfortable realities, to delegate responsibility for difficult problems to professionals who promised discreet solutions. The victims had been people whose lives were already considered problematic or disposable, individuals whose deaths might be viewed as tragic but not entirely unexpected given their circumstances. In a small farming community in Nebraska, yet another predator was about to demonstrate that monsters could hide even in places where everyone supposedly knew everyone else, where traditional values and close knit relationships were supposed to provide protection against the kinds of evil that plagued big cities. Samuel Peterson taught third grade at Millbrook Elementary for 18 years, and in that time, he had become the kind of teacher parents requested specifically for their children. He organized the annual school carnival, coached the youth baseball team, and spent his own money buying supplies for students whose families couldn't afford them. His classroom walls were covered with thank you cards from grateful parents and artwork from hundreds of children who had passed through his care. What nobody in the town of Cedar Falls, Nebraska knew was that Samuel Peterson had been methodically killing those children for over a decade. Peterson was born in 1951 to a farming family that had worked the same land for 3 generations. His childhood appeared idyllic from the outside. Summer days spent helping with harvest, winter evenings reading by the fireplace, Sunday mornings in the Methodist church where his grandfather had served as deacon. But beneath that wholesome exterior, something had been growing in Samuel that had nothing to do with the values his community held sacred. As a teenager, Samuel discovered he could make small animals disappear from neighboring farms without anyone suspecting him. Chickens, cats, the occasional calf that wandered too far from its mother. He developed techniques for disposing of bodies that left no trace, methods he would later refine and apply to much larger prey. His family attributed missing livestock to coyotes or natural predation, never imagining that their quiet, studious son was conducting experiments in their own backyard. After college, Samuel returned to Cedar Falls and took the teaching position that would define his adult life. He genuinely loved working with children, but not in the way his colleagues imagined. To Samuel, 8-year-olds represented perfect test subjects, trusting and obedient, easy to isolate and control. Their natural respect for adult authority made them ideal for his purposes. His first victim was Emily Watson, a shy girl from a troubled home who often stayed after school to help clean erasers and organize supplies. Emily's parents worked double shifts at the meatpacking plant and rarely questioned why their daughter came home later than other children. When Emily failed to return home one October evening, her parents assumed she was playing at a friend's house. By the time they realized she was missing, Samuel had already disposed of her body using methods he'd perfected on farm animals years earlier. The search for Emily lasted 3 weeks and involved quickly break down organic matter. He had learned from his experiments, volunteer search parties, and comforting Emily's day the search was finally abandoned. Samuel was among those midden decades, a marshy area where the soil would half the town. Samuel participated enthusiastically, organizing detection, and he applied that knowledge with methodical precision. Over. The vanishings followed no obvious who spoke at the memorial service, praising Emily's sweet nature and expressing in the drama he had created when Emily was never coming home. Samuel had buried the next 12 years. 7 more children would disappear from Cedar Falls, hope that she would someday find her way home. But her remains in a section of his family's property that hadn't been far, always appearing helpful while secretly enjoying his roll-straught parents. He suggested areas to search that he knew would yield nothing with livestock, that proper disposal was crucial to avoiding fewer traces. He had prepared Michael's grave and then run off to find his parents, presumably be found even if investigators searched his property directly. What Samuel told investigators, that Michael had helped load the supplies search for Michael, was even more intensive than the car after the school science fair. Michael's parents watched site months in advance, selecting a location that would never efforts while maintaining complete emotional control. He calmed children from different grades and social backgrounds. Some disappeared walking home from school, others during their son walk across the parking lot with Hickory to help Mr. Peterson carry supplies to his own display. They never saw Michael again. Predator who understood exactly how to exploit the chaos privately with federal agents to discuss his observations about the missing community events where large crowds provided cover for a experience, refining his methods to leave even made Samuel particularly dangerous, was his ability to participate actively in the search for grieving families, organized fundraising. Michael Chen was 9 years old when he volunteered his favorite teacher, then turned their attention to packing up theirs in child abduction cases. But Samuel had learned from his previous pattern, occurring at irregular intervals and affecting one for Emily, involving state police and FBI agents who specialize getting distracted by other activities at the fair. The efforts for investigation costs and even met children. His cooperation and community involvement placed him above suspicion, exactly as he had calculated. Rebecca Martinez was 8 years old when she stayed after school to practice for the Christmas pageant. Her mother worked as a secretary at the bank and often relied on Samuel to supervise Rebecca during that extra hour before she could pick her up. Rebecca trusted Mr. Peterson completely, following him willingly when he suggested they practice her lines in the empty gymnasium where the acoustics were better. Rebecca's disappearance shattered whatever sense of security remained in Cedar Falls. 3 missing children in 4 years suggested that something systematic was happening, not random tragedies, but deliberate predation. Parents began driving their children to school instead of letting them walk. After school activities were canceled, the town's traditional Halloween celebration was moved indoors and heavily supervised. Samuel watched the community's growing paranoia with satisfaction. He had successfully transformed a place known for safety and neighborliness into a landscape of fear and suspicion. Parents eyed each other warily, wondering if their neighbors might be hiding dark secrets. The trust that had once held the community together began to fracture under the weight of unsolved mysteries and unanswered questions. But Samuel's greatest triumph was yet to come. In the spring of 1994, he volunteered to organize a safety awareness program for the elementary school, teaching children how to recognize dangerous situations and avoid potential predators. The irony was delicious to him, standing in front of classes filled with potential victims while their parents applauded his dedication to child safety. During one of these presentations, Samuel identified his next target. Jennifer Walsh was a precocious 10-year-old who asked intelligent questions about stranger danger and seemed to understand the concepts better than her classmates. Samuel realized that Jennifer's intelligence made her potentially dangerous to his operation, but also presented an irresistible challenge. Could he successfully hunt and kill a child who had been specifically trained to avoid predators? The answer came 6 months later when Jennifer disappeared during a field trip to the state capitol that Samuel had helped organize. In the confusion of managing 30 children in an unfamiliar environment, Jennifer simply vanished. Samuel reported her missing immediately, claiming she had been with the group just minutes earlier. The investigation focused on the possibility that Jennifer had been abducted by a stranger in the crowded government building, never suspecting that her own teacher had orchestrated her disappearance. Samuel's method for disposing of Jennifer was his most sophisticated yet. He had prepared a secondary burial site on abandoned farmland 20 miles from Cedar Falls, accessible through back roads that avoided any traffic or surveillance cameras. Jennifer's remains were buried beneath the foundation of an old barn that had collapsed decades earlier, making detection virtually impossible even with ground-penetrating radar. By 1995, the pattern of disappearances had attracted national media attention. Cedar Falls became known as America's most dangerous small town, a place where children vanished without explanation despite intensive law enforcement efforts and community vigilance. The publicity brought unwanted scrutiny, but also provided Samuel with a perverse form of celebrity, as he was frequently interviewed as an expert on child safety and community protection. Samuel's downfall began with his decision to accelerate his timeline. The media attention and increased police presence should have made him more cautious, but instead it seemed to energize him. In the span of 8 months, 3 more children disappeared, a frequency that finally provided investigators with enough data points to identify patterns they had previously missed. The break came when forensic psychologists analyzing the cases noticed that all the missing children had been students in Samuel Peterson's classes at some point during their elementary school careers. More detailed investigation revealed that Samuel had been present at or involved in organizing events where several of the children had last been seen. The circumstantial evidence wasn't enough for an arrest warrant, but it was sufficient to justify surveillance. For 3 months, investigators watched Samuel's activities while continuing to build their case. They discovered his family's abandoned farm property and obtained warrants to search areas that hadn't been disturbed in decades. Ground penetrating radar revealed anomalies consistent with human burial sites in locations that Samuel would have had access to throughout his adult life. When investigators began excavating the first site, they found remains that had been buried with methodical precision. Bodies had been wrapped in plastic, treated with lime to accelerate decomposition, and placed in graves that had been prepared well in advance. The level of planning and preparation revealed that these weren't crimes of opportunity, but systematic predation carried out over many years. Samuel was arrested at school during his lunch break, handcuffed in the same classroom where he had taught hundreds of children over nearly 2 decades. The news spread through Cedar Falls within hours, creating shockwaves that would take years to fully process. Parents who had trusted their children to Samuel's care learned that they had unknowingly delivered their offspring into the hands of a methodical killer. The investigation ultimately uncovered the remains of 11 children, ranging in age from 7 to 12. Each burial site revealed the same meticulous planning, the same careful preparation that Samuel had applied to every aspect of his teaching career. He had treated murder like a lesson plan, each killing building on knowledge gained from previous experience. During interrogation, Samuel showed no remorse for his crimes, but also refused to provide details about his methods or motivations. He seemed to view his arrest as a professional setback rather than a moral reckoning, annoyed that his carefully constructed operation had finally been detected. When asked about his victims, he referred to them by their academic performance rather than their names, as if they remained students in his twisted classroom even in death. The trial lasted 4 months and became a media sensation that drew reporters from across the country. Families of Samuel's victims filled the courtroom, many seeing their children's killer for the first time since he had been their trusted teacher and community leader. The testimony revealed not just the scope of Samuel's crimes, but the devastating impact his betrayal had on a community that had placed complete faith in his character. Samuel Peterson was convicted on 11 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. The verdict was met with relief, but also profound sadness, as the community grappled with the realization that evil had lived among them for decades, hidden behind a facade of dedication and service. The elementary school was eventually renamed, and Samuel's classroom was permanently sealed too contaminated by horror to ever serve as a place of learning again. But the Peterson case raised questions that extended far beyond Cedar Falls. How many other trusted community members might be hiding similar secrets? How could institutions designed to protect children avoid becoming hunting grounds for predators who understood exactly how to exploit trust and authority? And most disturbing of all, how many missing children might have fallen victim to killers who were never suspected because they occupied positions of respect and responsibility? The answers to those questions emerged in unexpected places, including the sprawling suburbs of Phoenix, Arizona, where another predator had discovered that the anonymity of modern urban life provided perfect cover for systematic murder. Unlike Samuel Peterson, who had operated within the constraints of a small community where everyone knew everyone else, Dr. Catherine Walsh had learned to exploit the isolation and disconnection that characterized contemporary American life. Dr. Walsh ran a private pediatric practice that catered to affluent families in Phoenix's most exclusive neighborhoods. She had built her reputation on personalized care and flexible scheduling that accommodated busy professional parents who valued convenience over traditional medical relationships. Her patients' families often knew little about each other, connected only by their shared use of Dr. Walsh's services and their residence in gated communities where privacy was valued above community connection. What these families didn't realize was that Dr. Walsh had been systematically killing their children for over 6 years, using her medical expertise to commit murders that appeared to be natural deaths or tragic accidents. Her victims' parents trusted her completely, never suspecting that the physician they relied on to keep their children healthy was actually studying the most effective methods of ending young lives without detection. Dr. Walsh had discovered that affluent parents were often too busy to notice subtle changes in their children's behavior or health, delegating most caregiving responsibilities to nannies, babysitters, and other hired help. This created opportunities for her to interact with potential victims without parental oversight, allowing her to assess their suitability for her research and plan interventions that would appear medically justified. Her first victim was 7-year-old Michael Foster, whose parents both worked demanding jobs in the technology sector and relied heavily on Dr. Walsh's after-hours availability for routine medical issues. When Michael developed what appeared to be a severe allergic reaction during a routine checkup, Dr. Walsh administered emergency treatment that actually triggered fatal anaphylactic shock. She then provided immediate resuscitation efforts that appeared heroic but were actually designed to ensure Michael's death while creating the appearance of desperate life-saving measures. Michael's death was ruled an unforeseeable medical emergency, a tragic outcome despite Dr. Walsh's quick thinking and professional competence. His parents, devastated by the loss, became vocal advocates for Dr. Walsh's practice, praising her dedication and recommending her services to other families. Their endorsement helped Dr. Walsh attract new patients while providing perfect cover for future crimes. Over the following years, Dr. Walsh refined her techniques and expanded her research agenda. She developed methods for inducing cardiac arrest in children with pre-existing heart conditions, triggering respiratory failure in patients with asthma, and causing fatal drug interactions in children taking multiple medications. Each death appeared to result from natural progression of known medical conditions, complications that could occur despite the best medical care. Her victims included Jennifer Chen, a 9-year-old diabetic whose insulin dosage was gradually adjusted in ways that created dangerous blood sugar fluctuations, leading to fatal hypoglycemic coma. Robert Martinez, an 8-year-old with severe food allergies, died from exposure to allergens that Dr. Walsh claimed must have been accidental contamination despite careful precautions. Patricia Williams, a 6-year-old asthmatic, suffered fatal respiratory failure following nebulizer treatments that contained medications designed to constrict rather than open her airways. Each family trusted Dr. Walsh's medical expertise and accepted her explanations about unavoidable complications and tragic outcomes. They grieved their losses while feeling grateful that their children had received such dedicated care from a physician who had done everything possible to save them. None suspected that Dr. Walsh had actually orchestrated their children's deaths as part of systematic research into pediatric mortality patterns. Dr. Walsh's operation might have continued indefinitely if not for a coincidental discovery by a medical examiner who noticed unusual patterns in autopsy reports from her patients. Dr. Sarah Rodriguez had been reviewing pediatric death certificates as part of a routine epidemiological study when she observed that children treated by Dr. Walsh died from rare complications at rates significantly higher than statistical norms for similar conditions. The investigation that followed revealed that Dr. Walsh had been conducting unauthorized human experimentation on her patients, using children as test subjects for research into methods of inducing death that would appear natural or accidental. Her private files contained detailed documentation of dosage calculations, timing protocols, and outcome assessments that treated child murder as a scientific endeavor worthy of rigorous study. Federal investigators found that Dr. Walsh had killed 19 children over 6 years, each death carefully planned and executed using medical knowledge that made detection virtually impossible. Her research had been motivated not by financial gain or psychological compulsion, but by intellectual curiosity about the mechanics of pediatric mortality and the challenge of committing perfect murders using legitimate medical procedures. During her trial, families learned that their children had been killed by someone they had trusted completely with their most precious possessions. The betrayal was particularly devastating because these parents had made deliberate choices to seek the best possible medical care for their children, unknowingly selecting a predator who used their love and concern as weapons against their own offspring. Dr. Walsh was convicted of 19 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. New oversight procedures were implemented to monitor unusual mortality patterns in pediatric practices, and medical licensing boards strengthened requirements for reporting suspicious deaths. But the fundamental question remained unanswered. How many other medical professionals might be using their expertise and trusted positions to commit crimes that would never be detected without extraordinary investigative effort? The Walsh case demonstrated that the most dangerous predators weren't always the obvious monsters that parents warned their children about. Sometimes they were the trusted professionals who had dedicated their lives to helping children, people whose credentials and social standing placed them above suspicion, even when statistical evidence suggested that something was terribly wrong. In a retirement community outside Tampa, Florida, another medical professional was discovering that elderly patients provided even better opportunities for undetected murder than children. Nurse Patricia Coleman had spent 15 years working in various geriatric care facilities, building a reputation as a compassionate caregiver who specialized in end of life comfort care. What her colleagues and patients' families didn't know was that Patricia had been systematically accelerating those endings for her own twisted satisfaction. Patricia had been drawn to geriatric nursing not by a desire to help the elderly, but by recognition that old people died frequently and unexpectedly, making it easy to hide murder among natural deaths. She particularly enjoyed working night shifts when supervision was minimal and family members were rarely present to witness her activities. The isolation and vulnerability of elderly patients made them perfect victims for someone who understood exactly how to exploit their medical conditions and social circumstances. Her first victim was Robert Walsh, an 84-year-old man recovering from hip surgery who had been admitted for short-term rehabilitation. Robert was confused and disoriented, side effects of anesthesia that made him an ideal target for Patricia's initial experiment in accelerated death. During her overnight shift, she administered a combination of medications that would interact fatally while appearing to be routine pain management and sleep aids. Robert died peacefully in his sleep, apparently from cardiac complications related to his recent surgery. His family was saddened but not surprised, understanding that surgical procedures carried risks for patients his age. Patricia provided compassionate support during their grief, sharing memories of Robert's final days and assuring them that he hadn't suffered. Her professional demeanor and genuine seeming empathy convinced the family that their father had received excellent care during his final weeks. Encouraged by her success, Patricia began selecting victims more systematically, targeting patients whose deaths would seem natural and expected given their age and medical conditions. She developed techniques for inducing heart failure, respiratory collapse, and stroke like symptoms that could be attributed to underlying health problems rather than deliberate intervention. Her victims included Margaret Foster, a 79-year-old woman with mild dementia who died from what appeared to be complications from her cognitive decline. Dorothy Martinez, an 86-year-old diabetic, suffered fatal hypoglycemia that seemed to result from medication errors despite careful monitoring. William Thompson, a 91-year-old man with chronic heart problems, experienced cardiac arrest that appeared consistent with natural progression of his condition. Each death was carefully orchestrated to occur during Patricia's shifts when she could provide immediate but ultimately futile resuscitation efforts that demonstrated her professional competence while ensuring that victims didn't survive to describe their experiences. She became known among colleagues as someone who was always present during medical emergencies, a dedicated nurse who never gave up fighting for her patients even when outcomes were hopeless. Patricia's killing spree accelerated as she gained confidence in her methods and began to enjoy the power she wielded over life and death. She started targeting patients whose deaths would provide her with emotional satisfaction beyond the simple thrill of successful murder. Difficult patients who complained about their care, demanding family members who questioned her decisions, wealthy individuals whose entitled attitudes annoyed her. The beginning of Patricia's downfall came when she made the mistake of targeting a patient whose family included a physician. Dr. Michael Chen had placed his mother in the facility for rehabilitation following a stroke, and he maintained close contact with her care team to monitor her progress. When his mother died suddenly from apparent medication interactions, Dr. Chen requested detailed records of her treatment and noticed discrepancies in dosage timing that suggested possible negligence or deliberate harm. The investigation that followed revealed patterns in patient mortality that coincided with Patricia's work schedule across multiple facilities where she had been employed over the years. Statistical analysis showed that death rates during her shifts were significantly higher than average, with patients dying from complications that should have been treatable given their overall condition and the quality of care available. Exhumation orders were issued for dozens of Patricia's former patients, and forensic toxicology revealed evidence of drug interactions and overdoses that couldn't have occurred accidentally. Patricia had been systematically poisoning elderly patients for over a decade, using her medical knowledge to kill in ways that appeared natural and inevitable. During her arrest and interrogation, Patricia showed no remorse for her crimes, instead expressing frustration that her career had been interrupted by what she considered statistical coincidence rather than genuine detective work. She seemed to view her murders as a form of mercy killing, claiming that her victims had been suffering and that she had simply accelerated inevitable outcomes. The trial revealed that Patricia had killed at least 43 elderly patients across 5 different facilities, making her one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Families learned that their loved ones had been murdered during what they believed were the final stages of natural decline, betrayed by someone they had trusted to provide compassionate end-of-life care. Patricia Coleman was convicted of 43 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. New monitoring systems were implemented in geriatric care facilities to track unusual mortality patterns and medication administration, but the fundamental challenge remained: how to prevent trusted caregivers from using their access and expertise to commit crimes that could easily be disguised as natural deaths. The Coleman case highlighted how effectively predators could exploit society's discomfort with aging and death, using the natural expectation that elderly people would die to cover systematic murder. Her victims had been people whose deaths might even have brought secret relief to families struggling with the emotional and financial burdens of long-term care, making it less likely that suspicious circumstances would be questioned or investigated. But perhaps most disturbing was the realization that Patricia's crimes had been enabled by institutional structures that prioritized efficiency over oversight, creating environments where a single individual could kill dozens of people over many years without triggering adequate scrutiny or investigation. Her case demonstrated that the most dangerous predators often operated within systems designed to help society's most vulnerable populations, using trust and authority as weapons against people who had no choice but to depend on their care. These cases revealed common patterns in how serial killers could exploit professional positions and institutional structures to commit crimes on an unprecedented scale while maintaining facades of competence and compassion. Whether they worked in schools, hospitals, churches, or care facilities, these predators understood how to identify and target society's most vulnerable populations while using their trusted positions to avoid suspicion and detection. The common thread connecting these killers wasn't their methods or motivations, but their understanding of how systems work and how people think. They recognized that certain populations were effectively invisible to broader society, that institutional authority could be weaponized against the vulnerable, and that statistical noise could hide even the most systematic predation. In the industrial corridors of Detroit, Michigan, where abandoned factories cast long shadows over forgotten neighborhoods, another predator was perfecting the art of industrial scale murder. His name was Raymond Clark Martinez, and for 12 years he operated a scrapyard that served as both a legitimate business and the perfect disposal system for human remains. Martinez had inherited the scrapyard from his uncle in 1989, along with the industrial furnaces, metal crushers, and chemical vats that formed the backbone of the recycling operation. What his uncle hadn't passed down was the knowledge that these same tools could eliminate every trace of a human body in less than 4 hours, leaving behind only metal dental fillings and artificial joints that could be easily sorted and discarded with other industrial waste. The business provided perfect cover for Martinez's activities. Scrapyards operated with minimal oversight, processed enormous volumes of material daily, and maintained furnaces hot enough to vaporize organic matter completely. More importantly, the constant flow of homeless individuals seeking shelter among the abandoned cars and metal piles gave Martinez access to victims who wouldn't be missed by anyone in authority. His first kill was accidental, if such a word could apply to Martinez's twisted psychology. A homeless veteran named Thomas had been sleeping in the cab of a crushed car when Martinez activated the compactor without checking for occupants. Instead of reporting the death as an industrial accident, Martinez realized he had stumbled onto the perfect method of body disposal. Thomas simply ceased to exist, compressed into a cube of scrap metal that was sold to a steel mill within days. The efficiency of the process fascinated Martinez. No burial sites to maintain, no decomposition to worry about, no forensic evidence to contaminate crime scenes. He began deliberately targeting homeless individuals who frequented the scrapyard, offering them work, food, or shelter, before leading them to isolated sections of the facility where industrial accidents could occur without witnesses. Martinez developed a systematic approach to victim selection and disposal that maximized efficiency while minimizing risk. He preferred targets who were mentally ill, addicted, or estranged from family members who might search for them. He studied their routines, identified their vulnerabilities, and struck during winter months when homeless deaths were expected to increase due to exposure and medical complications. Between 1991 and 2003, Martinez processed an estimated 67 victims through his industrial disposal system. Some were crushed in car compactors, others fed into metal shredders, many incinerated in furnaces that reached temperatures exceeding 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Each method left different traces, forcing Martinez to develop expertise in metallurgy, chemistry, and industrial engineering that made him one of the most technically sophisticated killers in criminal history. The victims included Sarah Chen, a 43-year-old woman who had lost her apartment after medical bankruptcy and was living in her car near the scrapyard. Martinez offered her work sorting metal components, then led her into a section of the facility where she fell into a vat of industrial acid that dissolved her remains within hours. Maria Rodriguez, a 38-year-old struggling with addiction, was seeking shelter during a winter storm when Martinez invited her into a heated building that was actually a gas chamber he had constructed from welding equipment. Martinez's operation expanded beyond simple murder as he recognized additional profit opportunities in his victim selection process. He began targeting individuals who possessed items of value, stealing identification documents, social security benefits, and personal possessions before disposing of the bodies. He established networks with other predators who would refer potential victims to his scrapyard in exchange for disposal services. The industrial nature of Martinez's crimes created unique challenges for law enforcement even after his eventual capture. Traditional forensic techniques were useless when bodies had been completely destroyed by industrial processes, leaving investigators to build cases based on circumstantial evidence and witness testimony from other homeless individuals whose credibility was often questioned by juries. Martinez's downfall came when he made the mistake of targeting someone with connections to the legitimate business community. Janet Walsh was a social worker who had been documenting conditions in homeless encampments as part of a city planning initiative. When she disappeared after visiting the scrapyard, her supervisors immediately contacted police and provided detailed records of her activities that established Martinez as the last person known to have seen her alive. The investigation revealed the true scope of Martinez's operation and the sophistication of his disposal methods. Industrial engineers working with forensic specialists determined that his facility could process human remains with the same efficiency used for automotive recycling, leaving behind only trace elements that would be virtually impossible to detect without knowing exactly what to look for. Martinez was ultimately convicted based on evidence found in his personal records, which contained detailed documentation of his killing methods and victim statistics. He had treated murder like any other industrial process, maintaining quality control data and efficiency metrics that revealed his systematic approach to human disposal. The trial lasted 8 months and resulted in 67 consecutive life sentences, ensuring that Martinez would never again have access to the industrial tools he had used to erase human lives. But the Martinez case raised troubling questions about how many other industrial facilities might be serving similar purposes, operated by individuals who understood that certain types of businesses could provide perfect cover for systematic murder. The combination of minimal oversight, high temperature processes, and chemical disposal systems created opportunities for body disposal that surpassed anything available to previous generations of killers. In the mountains of rural Montana, another predator was discovering that vast wilderness areas provided equally effective disposal methods for systematic murder, though his techniques relied on natural processes rather than industrial technology. Dr. William Hayes operated a wilderness therapy program that promised to help troubled teenagers overcome behavioral problems through outdoor challenges and survival training. Hayes had established his program in 1994, marketing it to wealthy families whose children had exhausted conventional treatment options for drug addiction, behavioral disorders, or academic failure. Parents paid enormous fees to have their teenagers removed from destructive environments and placed in wilderness settings where they would supposedly learn responsibility, self reliance, and respect for natural consequences. What these families didn't realize was that Hayes had designed his program as a systematic killing operation disguised as therapeutic intervention. The remote location, harsh environmental conditions, and isolation from outside contact created perfect conditions for murder that could be attributed to natural hazards, equipment failures, or participant error rather than deliberate harm. Hayes selected participants based on psychological profiles that identified the teenagers whose deaths would be least likely to trigger intensive investigation. He targeted individuals with histories of drug use, self harm, or reckless behavior that could explain fatal accidents during wilderness activities. He particularly sought clients whose families were experiencing significant conflict, making it more plausible that teenagers might deliberately engage in dangerous behavior or ignore safety protocols. His first victim was Michael Foster, a 17-year-old whose cocaine addiction had led to multiple arrests and treatment failures. Michael's parents were desperate for alternatives to incarceration and were willing to pay substantial fees for a program that promised intensive intervention in a controlled environment. They signed comprehensive liability waivers that acknowledged the inherent risks of wilderness activities while trusting Hayes's professional credentials and safety protocols. Michael died during his third week in the program, apparently from hypothermia, following a solo survival exercise in which he became lost and disoriented. Hayes reported the death as a tragic accident, resulting from Michael's failure to follow established safety procedures despite extensive training and careful supervision. The investigation was brief and concluded that Michael had made poor decisions that led to his death, exactly as Hayes had planned. Over the following 9 years, Hayes refined his methods and expanded his killing operation to accommodate increasing demand from families seeking extreme interventions for troubled teenagers. He developed techniques for causing fatal accidents during rock climbing, river crossing, and cold weather survival exercises that appeared to result from natural hazards rather than deliberate sabotage. His victims included Jennifer Chen, a 16-year-old struggling with anorexia and self harm behaviors who died from exposure after becoming separated from her group during a winter camping exercise. Robert Martinez, a 15-year-old with conduct disorder, suffered fatal injuries during a rock climbing accident caused by equipment that Hayes had deliberately weakened. Patricia Williams, a 17-year-old addicted to prescription medications, drowned during a river crossing when Hayes provided her with defective flotation equipment. Each death was carefully staged to appear consistent with the types of accidents that could occur during legitimate wilderness therapy programs. Hayes maintained detailed safety protocols and training documentation that demonstrated his apparent commitment to participant welfare while concealing the systematic nature of his killing operation. He even established relationships with medical examiners and insurance investigators who accepted his explanations without intensive scrutiny. Hayes's operation expanded beyond murder to include systematic psychological torture of surviving participants who witnessed the deaths of their peers. He used these traumatic experiences as tools for controlling other clients, threatening them with similar fates if they disclosed details about program activities or questioned his authority. The isolation and extreme conditions created environments where Hayes wielded absolute power over vulnerable teenagers who had no means of escape or communication with the outside world. The beginning of Hayes's downfall came when one of his participants managed to escape during a group exercise and made contact with local authorities before Hayes could retrieve him. David Thompson was a 16-year-old whose parents had placed him in the program following academic problems and marijuana use that hardly justified the extreme intervention Hayes provided. David's testimony revealed the true nature of Hayes's operation and the systematic abuse that occurred under the guise of therapeutic treatment. He described witnessing deliberate sabotage of safety equipment, the use of exposure and starvation as punishment methods, and Hayes's explicit threats to kill participants who attempted to leave the program or contact their families. The investigation that followed uncovered evidence of 13 deaths over 9 years, each one carefully orchestrated to appear accidental while serving Hayes's systematic killing agenda. Forensic analysis of equipment and environmental conditions revealed patterns of sabotage that could only have been planned and executed by someone with Hayes's expertise in wilderness survival and safety protocols. Hayes was arrested during a program session, taken into custody while leading a group of teenagers on what he claimed was a routine hiking exercise, but which investigators determined was actually preparation for additional murders. The participants were rescued and provided with extensive psychological treatment to address the trauma they had experienced during their time in Hayes's program. During his trial, families learned that their children had been systematically murdered by someone they had trusted to provide life-saving intervention for behavioral problems. The betrayal was particularly devastating because these parents had made desperate decisions to place their children in extreme programs, believing that harsh conditions were necessary to prevent even worse outcomes from continued self-destructive behavior. Hayes was convicted of 13 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. New regulations were implemented to monitor wilderness therapy programs, requiring enhanced safety protocols, regular inspections, and improved communication systems that would prevent the kind of isolation that had enabled Hayes's crimes. But the Hayes case demonstrated how effectively predators could exploit parental desperation and society's willingness to embrace extreme solutions for difficult problems. His victims had been teenagers whose families were already struggling with shame, guilt, and fear about their children's behavior, making them vulnerable to manipulation by someone who promised definitive solutions through methods that conventional programs couldn't or wouldn't provide. The case also revealed how wilderness settings could be weaponized by individuals who understood how to exploit natural hazards and environmental conditions to commit murder while maintaining plausible deniability about their intentions. Hayes had turned the therapeutic potential of outdoor experiences into a systematic killing operation that used nature itself as an accomplice in his crimes. In suburban Minneapolis, Minnesota, another predator was discovering that modern technology could provide unprecedented opportunities for systematic murder disguised as natural deaths or medical emergencies. Dr. Lisa Chang operated a private practice specializing in sleep disorders, and for 7 years, she had been using her expertise in respiratory medicine to kill patients in ways that appeared to result from their underlying medical conditions. Chang had recognized that sleep disorder patients were ideal targets for undetected murder because their conditions already involved disrupted breathing patterns, making it easy to cause fatal respiratory events that would seem like natural progression of their diseases. Her patients trusted her completely with their most vulnerable moments, literally placing their lives in her hands during overnight monitoring sessions when consciousness was suspended and protective reflexes were suppressed. Her first victim was Robert Walsh, a 54-year-old man with severe sleep apnea who had come to Chang's clinic for evaluation and treatment. During his overnight sleep study, Chang administered drugs that suppressed his respiratory drive beyond the levels caused by his natural condition, creating fatal oxygen deprivation that appeared consistent with severe sleep apnea episodes. Robert's death was attributed to complications from his sleep disorder, a tragic but not unexpected outcome for someone with his severity of condition. His family was grateful for Chang's efforts to help him and recommended her services to other people struggling with similar problems. Their endorsement helped Chang attract new patients while providing perfect cover for additional murders. Chang developed increasingly sophisticated methods for killing patients during sleep studies, using combinations of drugs, environmental controls, and equipment manipulation that created fatal respiratory events indistinguishable from natural sleep disorder complications. She documented everything meticulously, maintaining detailed records that supported her explanations of patient deaths while concealing the deliberate nature of her interventions. Her victims included Margaret Foster, a 67-year-old woman with central sleep apnea who died from respiratory failure during what appeared to be routine monitoring. Michael Martinez, a 49-year-old man with narcolepsy, suffered fatal cardiac arrest following drug interactions that Chang claimed were unforeseeable complications of legitimate treatment protocols. Chang's killing operation expanded as she recognized that sleep medicine provided access to patients from diverse backgrounds and age groups, allowing her to study different responses to respiratory manipulation. She began selecting victims based on research interests rather than simple opportunity, treating each murder as a data point in her unofficial study of human respiratory physiology under extreme conditions. The systematic nature of Chang's crimes remained hidden because sleep disorder deaths were expected within her patient population, and her professional reputation protected her from serious scrutiny, even when statistical patterns might have suggested unusual mortality rates. Medical colleagues respected her expertise and attributed patient deaths to the challenging nature of severe sleep disorders rather than questioning her treatment methods. Chang's downfall came when she made the mistake of targeting a patient whose family included medical professionals familiar with sleep medicine. Dr. Jennifer Chen had referred her father to Chang's clinic for sleep apnea treatment, and when he died during his first overnight study, she requested detailed records of his monitoring and treatment that revealed inconsistencies in Chang's documentation. What's this? The investigation that followed uncovered evidence of systematic patient murder disguised as complications from sleep disorders. Forensic analysis of Chang's monitoring equipment revealed evidence of tampering, and toxicology testing of recently deceased patients showed drug combinations that had no legitimate medical purpose in sleep disorder treatment. Chang was found to have killed 26 patients over 7 years, using her expertise in respiratory medicine to commit murders that appeared natural even to other medical professionals. Her private files contained detailed documentation of different killing methods and their effectiveness, revealing that she had treated patient murder as a form of medical research worthy of systematic study and refinement. During her trial, families learned that their loved ones had been killed during what they believed were routine medical procedures designed to improve sleep quality and overall health. The betrayal was particularly devastating because these patients had sought help for conditions that affected their quality of life but weren't immediately life-threatening, only to be murdered by someone they trusted to provide healing. Chang was convicted of 26 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to life imprisonment without possibility of parole. New monitoring protocols were implemented in sleep medicine clinics, requiring enhanced oversight of overnight studies and improved documentation of patient care decisions. But the Chang case demonstrated how medical specialization could create opportunities for systematic murder that were virtually undetectable to anyone without specific expertise in the relevant field. Her crimes had exploited not only patient vulnerability, but also the trust that medical colleagues placed in specialized knowledge and professional credentials. The case also revealed how effectively someone could use legitimate medical research as camouflage for systematic murder, treating patients as experimental subjects while maintaining the appearance of providing standard medical care. Chung had perverted the scientific method into an instrument of systematic killing, using her victims' deaths to advance her understanding of respiratory manipulation techniques. These cases collectively revealed that the most dangerous serial killers weren't always the disorganized, impulsive predators that dominated popular media portrayals. Instead, the most prolific and successful killers were often highly organized individuals who understood how to exploit institutional structures, professional authority, and social blind spots to commit crimes on an unprecedented scale while maintaining facades of competence and respectability. Their success depended on recognizing that certain populations were effectively invisible to broader society, that statistical noise could hide even systematic predation, and that institutional authority could be weaponized against society's most vulnerable members. They operated within systems designed to help people, using trust and dependency as weapons against those who had no choice but to rely on their services. The common thread connecting all these killers wasn't their specific methods or individual psychologies, but their understanding of how modern society organized itself around specialized institutions and professional expertise. They recognized that people would tolerate unusual mortality rates, accept professional explanations for tragic outcomes, and avoid asking difficult questions about trusted authorities, even when statistical evidence suggested that something might be wrong. Most disturbing of all, these cases demonstrated that the infrastructure of modern civilization, the very systems designed to protect and care for society's most vulnerable members, could be turned into instruments of systematic predation by individuals who combined professional knowledge with complete moral detachment from human suffering. They had learned to kill not despite their trusted positions, but because of them, using society's own protective mechanisms as weapons against the people those mechanisms were supposed to serve. In the quiet coastal town of Mendocino, California, where morning fog rolls in from the Pacific and tourists come to admire Victorian architecture, a different kind of predator was perfecting his craft. His name was Dr. Jonathan Mercer, and for 8 years he had been operating the most sophisticated organ harvesting operation in the history of American crime, all while maintaining his reputation as the town's most beloved physician. Dr. Mercer had arrived in Mendocino in 1996, fresh from completing his residency in emergency medicine at UCSF. The small hospital desperately needed a doctor willing to work in a rural setting, and Mercer seemed like a godsend. He was brilliant, dedicated, and showed genuine compassion for patients who couldn't afford the kind of medical care available in larger cities. Within months, he had become indispensable to the community. What nobody knew was that Mercer had been planning this operation since medical school. He had studied the black market for human organs, researched surgical techniques for rapid extraction, and identified the perfect hunting ground in an isolated community where missing persons investigations would be handled by understaffed rural law enforcement agencies with limited resources and expertise. Mendocino's location made it ideal for Mercer's purposes. The town attracted transients, seasonal workers, and drifters who moved through the area without establishing strong local connections. More importantly, the hospital served as the region's only emergency medical facility, giving Mercer access to trauma victims, overdose cases, and other patients whose deaths could be attributed to their presenting conditions rather than surgical intervention. His first victim was Maria Santos, a 32-year-old undocumented worker who had been brought to the emergency room following a car accident on the winding coastal highway. Maria's injuries were serious, but not life-threatening, and under normal circumstances, she would have made a full recovery. Instead, Mercer saw an opportunity to test the surgical protocols he had been developing for years. During what appeared to be emergency surgery to repair internal injuries, Mercer systematically harvested Maria's organs while she was under anesthesia. Heart, liver, kidneys, corneas, and bone tissue were removed with surgical precision and preserved using equipment he had secretly installed in a hidden operating suite beneath the hospital's basement. Maria died on the table, apparently from complications related to her accident injuries. The organs were transported that same night to buyers Mercer had cultivated through encrypted communications networks that connected desperate patients with sellers willing to ignore legal and ethical constraints. A heart went to a businessman in Los Angeles whose insurance wouldn't cover experimental procedures. Kidneys were shipped to a private clinic in Mexico that served wealthy Americans seeking transplants without waiting lists. The liver was flown to a facility in Canada where a politician's daughter was dying from hepatitis. Each organ sale generated between $50,000 and $200,000 in untraceable cryptocurrency payments, money that Mercer used to expand his operation and develop more sophisticated preservation and transportation systems. Within 2 years, he had established a network of corrupt medical professionals, organ brokers, and transportation specialists that could move human organs across international borders with the efficiency of a legitimate medical supply chain. Mercer's victim selection process became increasingly systematic as his operation grew. He targeted individuals whose deaths would seem natural given their circumstances, people whose disappearances might be attributed to their transient lifestyles rather than foul play, seasonal farm workers who might have returned to Mexico, homeless individuals who often died from exposure or medical complications, tourists who could have fallen from cliffs or drowned in the dangerous coastal waters. The victims included Robert Chen, a 45-year-old construction worker who had sought treatment for chest pain and was found to have valuable cardiac tissue despite his apparent heart attack. Jennifer Walsh, a 28-year-old backpacker who had been hiking alone when she suffered what appeared to be a fatal allergic reaction, provided corneas and bone grafts that commanded premium prices due to her youth and health. Michael Rodriguez, a 36-year-old fisherman who had been brought in with hypothermia, possessed a rare blood type that made his organs particularly valuable to specific buyers. Each extraction was performed with surgical skill that left minimal evidence of tampering. Mercer had developed techniques for removing organs while preserving the appearance of natural death, using incision patterns that would be missed by rural coroners who lacked forensic pathology training. Bodies were returned to families or disposed of through the hospital's existing protocols, with death certificates listing causes that seemed consistent with known medical histories. The sophistication of Mercer's operation extended beyond the surgical procedures to include comprehensive intelligence gathering on potential victims and buyers. He maintained detailed files on transient populations, tracking seasonal workers and homeless individuals who used the hospital's services. He also cultivated relationships with medical professionals in major cities who could identify wealthy patients desperate enough to purchase organs through illegal channels. By 2001, Mercer was processing an average of 2 victims per month, generating over $3 million annually in organ sales, while maintaining his reputation as a dedicated rural physician who worked tirelessly to save lives in challenging circumstances. His success had attracted the attention of international organ trafficking organizations that began routing buyers to his network and providing him with specialized equipment and preservation chemicals. The beginning of Mercer's downfall came when he made the mistake of targeting someone whose disappearance would trigger intensive investigation rather than routine missing person procedures. Dr. Sarah Kim was a forensic pathologist from San Francisco who had been visiting Mendocino for a medical conference when she suffered what appeared to be a severe allergic reaction to shellfish at a local restaurant. Dr. Kim was rushed to Mercer's hospital, where he immediately recognized her as an ideal victim. She was young, healthy, and possessed organs that would command premium prices due to her medical background and presumed healthy lifestyle. More importantly, her apparent medical emergency provided perfect cover for the extraction procedures that would end her life. What Mercer didn't know was that Dr. Kim had been investigating organ trafficking cases for the California Attorney General's office, and her colleagues were expecting her to report back on her conference attendance. When she failed to return to San Francisco and couldn't be reached by phone, her supervisor immediately contacted local authorities and provided detailed information about her work and travel plans. The investigation revealed inconsistencies in Dr. Kim's medical treatment that wouldn't have been noticed by family members without medical training. Her supervisor, Dr. Michael Torres, reviewed the hospital records and found that the surgical procedures performed on Dr. Kim were far more extensive than necessary for treating allergic reactions, and that several organs had been noted as damaged beyond repair despite her relatively minor symptoms. Federal investigators were called in when Dr. Torres presented evidence suggesting that Dr. Kim had been the victim of systematic organ harvesting, disguised as emergency medical treatment. The FBI's investigation quickly uncovered the hidden surgical suite beneath the hospital and the sophisticated preservation equipment that Mercer had been using for his extraction procedures. The forensic accounting that followed revealed the true scope of Mercer's operation and the international network he had built around systematic organ harvesting. Bank records showed cryptocurrency transactions totaling over $15 million over 8 years, payments that corresponded to documented disappearances and deaths in the Mendocino area. Exhumation orders were issued for dozens of Mercer's former patients, and forensic pathologists found evidence of surgical procedures that had nothing to do with the medical conditions listed on death certificates. Bodies showed signs of systematic organ removal performed with surgical precision, revealing that Mercer had been harvesting human organs on an industrial scale while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate medical care. During his arrest, Mercer showed no remorse for his crimes, instead expressing frustration that his operation had been interrupted by what he considered bureaucratic interference with legitimate medical research. He claimed that his victims had been dying anyway, and that their organs had saved lives that would otherwise have been lost to arbitrary legal restrictions on organ procurement. The trial lasted 14 months and revealed the full scope of international organ trafficking networks that had developed around Mercer's operation. Testimony from buyers, transporters, and medical professionals revealed a systematic criminal enterprise that had treated human organs like commodities to be harvested, processed, and sold to the highest bidders. Mercer was convicted of 43 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. His network of accomplices received sentences ranging from 20 years to life imprisonment, and new oversight procedures were implemented to monitor organ procurement and transplantation activities in rural medical facilities. But the Mercer case raised disturbing questions about how many other medical professionals might be engaged in similar activities, using their positions to exploit the desperate circumstances of both organ sellers and buyers. The international nature of the operation demonstrated that organ trafficking had become a sophisticated criminal enterprise that could operate across borders with minimal detection. In the agricultural heartland of Nebraska, another predator was discovering that modern industrial farming provided perfect opportunities for systematic murder and body disposal. Frank Morrison operated a large-scale pig farm outside the town of Grand Island, and for 11 years he had been feeding human remains to his livestock while maintaining his reputation as a successful businessman and pillar of the local agricultural community. Morrison had inherited the farm from his father in 1992, along with over 2,000 acres of cropland and livestock facilities that generated millions of dollars in annual revenue. The operation was large enough to employ dozens of seasonal workers, most of them undocumented immigrants who moved frequently between farms and often lived in temporary housing provided by employers. What made Morrison's farm ideal for systematic murder was the combination of isolated location, transient workforce, and industrial scale meat processing equipment that could eliminate all traces of human remains within hours. Pigs were particularly effective for body disposal because they consumed both soft tissue and bones, leaving behind only small fragments that could be easily mixed with normal agricultural waste. Morrison's first victim was Carlos Mendez, a 23-year-old undocumented worker who had threatened to report unsafe working conditions to state labor authorities. Morrison lured Carlos to an isolated section of the farm late at night, claiming there was an equipment emergency that required immediate attention. Instead, Carlos found himself trapped in a specialized killing chamber that Morrison had constructed in an unused barn. The chamber was designed to contain victims, while Morrison conducted what he called his research into human pain tolerance and fear responses. Carlos spent 3 days being systematically tortured while Morrison documented his reactions and tested various methods of inflicting psychological and physical trauma. When Morrison tired of the experiment, he killed Carlos with a captive bolt gun typically used for livestock slaughter. Carlos's body was fed to Morrison's pigs within hours of his death, eliminating all forensic evidence while providing nutrition for livestock that would eventually be processed into commercial meat products. Morrison disposed of Carlos's personal belongings and identification documents, then reported to other workers that Carlos had left suddenly to find better employment elsewhere. Over the following decade, Morrison refined his methods and expanded his killing operation to accommodate his growing appetite for human suffering. He developed systematic approaches to victim selection, targeting individuals whose disappearances would be attributed to the transient nature of agricultural work rather than foul play. His victims included Maria Rodriguez, a 31-year-old woman who had been working in Morrison's fields when she discovered evidence of illegal pesticide use that could have resulted in significant regulatory penalties. Jennifer Kim, a 25-year-old labor organizer who had been attempting to unionize farm workers, disappeared while investigating working conditions at Morrison's facility. Robert Thompson, a 42-year-old equipment operator who had witnessed Morrison's disposal methods, was eliminated before he could report his suspicions to authorities. Morrison's killing chamber became increasingly sophisticated as he invested profits from his legitimate farming operation into equipment designed for systematic torture and murder. He installed soundproofing, specialized restraint systems, and monitoring equipment that allowed him to document victim responses to various forms of trauma. The chamber served as both execution site and research laboratory, where Morrison studied human suffering with clinical detachment. The isolation of Morrison's farm and the vulnerability of his workforce created perfect conditions for systematic predation. Undocumented workers were reluctant to report suspicious circumstances to authorities, and their frequent movement between employers meant that disappearances often went unnoticed for weeks or months. Local law enforcement had minimal interaction with the agricultural community and limited resources for investigating missing person cases involving transient populations. Morrison's operation expanded beyond simple murder as he began selling access to his facilities to other predators who shared his interests in systematic torture and human experimentation. He established networks with individuals who paid substantial fees to participate in what Morrison called hunting expeditions, where victims were released into wooded areas of his property and tracked like animals. The hunting operation generated additional revenue while providing Morrison with opportunities to study group dynamics and survival responses under extreme stress conditions. Victims were given minimal supplies and told they could earn their freedom by evading capture for specified time periods, but Morrison ensured that none ever succeeded in escaping his property alive. Morrison's downfall began when he made the mistake of targeting someone whose disappearance would trigger federal investigation rather than local missing person procedures. Agent Sarah Martinez was an undercover investigator for the Department of Labor who had been documenting wage violations and unsafe working conditions at agricultural facilities throughout Nebraska. Agent Martinez had been scheduled to report her findings to federal prosecutors when she disappeared while investigating Morrison's farm. Her supervisor immediately contacted the FBI when she failed to make scheduled contact, providing detailed information about her investigation and the specific facilities she had been monitoring. The federal investigation revealed the true scope of Morrison's operation and the systematic nature of his crimes. Search warrants uncovered the killing chamber, torture equipment, and detailed documentation of dozens of murders spanning over a decade. Forensic analysis of the pig facilities revealed human DNA evidence that confirmed Morrison had been using his livestock to dispose of human remains. The investigation also uncovered Morrison's hunting operation and the network of clients who had participated in systematic torture and murder disguised as recreational activities. Financial records revealed payments totaling millions of dollars from individuals who had purchased access to Morrison's facilities for purposes that had nothing to do with legitimate agriculture. Morrison was arrested during a hunting expedition, taken into custody while leading a group of clients in tracking a victim through the wooded sections of his property. The victim was rescued alive and provided testimony that revealed the full scope of Morrison's criminal enterprise and the participation of numerous accomplices who had treated human murder like a recreational activity. During his trial, families of migrant workers learned that their relatives had been systematically murdered and fed to livestock by someone who had exploited their vulnerability and desperation for work. The betrayal was particularly devastating because these families had trusted Morrison to provide employment and housing for people who had few alternatives in an economic system that depended on their labor while denying them basic protections. Morrison was convicted of 57 counts of first-degree murder and sentenced to death. His network of clients received sentences ranging from life imprisonment to death, and new oversight procedures were implemented to monitor agricultural operations that employed large numbers of transient workers. But the Morrison case demonstrated how effectively agricultural operations could be used to conceal systematic murder, providing both isolated locations for crimes and efficient methods for body disposal that eliminated forensic evidence. The case also revealed how economic desperation and immigration status could be weaponized against vulnerable populations who had little choice but to work in dangerous conditions. In the tech corridors of Silicon Valley, where innovation and disruption were celebrated as the highest virtues, another predator was discovering that the digital age provided unprecedented opportunities for systematic murder disguised as accidents or suicides. Dr. Amanda Foster operated a private psychiatric practice specializing in tech workers struggling with depression, anxiety, and suicidal ideation related to the high pressure culture of the technology industry. Foster had recognized that Silicon Valley's culture created perfect conditions for undetected murder. Young professionals worked in isolation, struggled with mental health issues that were stigmatized despite public awareness campaigns, and often had minimal social connections outside their professional networks. More importantly, the region's high suicide rates provided cover for additional deaths that could be attributed to the psychological pressures of tech industry employment. Her practice attracted clients who were vulnerable, isolated, and often estranged from family members who might question suspicious circumstances surrounding their deaths. These were individuals who had moved to California for career opportunities, leaving behind support networks that might have provided protection against systematic predation. Foster's first victim was David Chen, a 28-year-old software engineer who had been struggling with depression and imposter syndrome related to his work at a major technology company. David had sought Foster's help after experiencing panic attacks and suicidal thoughts that interfered with his ability to function professionally and personally. During what appeared to be routine therapy sessions, Foster gradually increased David's isolation from colleagues and friends while convincing him that his problems were more severe than he had realized. She prescribed medications that actually worsened his depression while documenting symptoms that would support a suicide conclusion if he died under suspicious circumstances. Foster's method involved systematic psychological manipulation designed to push vulnerable clients toward self destructive behavior while maintaining plausible deniability about her role in their deterioration. She used her professional expertise to identify psychological pressure points that could be exploited to accelerate mental health decline, then documented her interventions as legitimate therapeutic techniques. David's death appeared to be suicide by overdose, a tragic outcome that seemed consistent with his documented mental health struggles and the high pressure environment of his workplace. Foster provided detailed records of his treatment that supported the suicide conclusion while concealing the systematic manipulation that had actually caused his deterioration and death. Over the following 6 years, Foster refined her techniques and expanded her practice to accommodate increasing numbers of vulnerable tech workers who were struggling with mental health issues related to their professional environments. She developed systematic approaches to victim selection, targeting individuals whose deaths would seem natural given their documented psychological problems. These stories reveal a terrifying truth about the monsters that walk among us. They weren't the obvious predators lurking in dark alleys or abandoned buildings. They were the trusted professionals, the pillars of their communities, the people we turned to for help in our most vulnerable moments. They understood that the most effective camouflage wasn't darkness, but respectability, that the best hunting grounds weren't isolated places, but the very institutions designed to protect us. Their victims weren't random strangers, but the people society had already forgotten, the ones whose disappearances could be explained away as natural consequences rather than systematic murder. Perhaps most chilling of all, these killers succeeded not despite the systems meant to catch them, but because they understood exactly how those systems worked and how to make them accomplices in their crimes.